All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for coming. Welcome to City Council. The meeting is now called to order. Let's go ahead and start with roll call.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen.
Here.
Finley.
Here.
Martin.
Here.
Peck. Here. Rodriguez.
Here.
Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, let's say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There aren't many people here now?
Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing. All right. Let's go on to the first issue. Just before, first of all, I'd like to remind everybody this meeting can be viewed on the live stream at www.longmontcolorado.gov. Let's also now move on to any motions to direct the city manager to add any agenda items. My screen is not working for some reason, but if somebody has something, raise your hand. All right, nothing. All right, let's go ahead and move on to public invited to be heard. I was going to switch it, but we don't have as many people as I anticipated. We only have about 30. So 30 times 3 is about an hour and a half. So we'll just go ahead and keep that at the front of the agenda and have a grand old conversation. All right, so and also at this time, it's a study session, which means we don't have public invited to be heard at the end of the meeting. So if you want to speak to city council at the beginning, which is your only chance tonight, you need to be on this list. So there is a list outside. It has not been picked up yet. So everybody, if you want to speak, head on out there and get on that list, and then it's going to get picked up, and then at that point you won't be able to make the list. So that's still out there. All right, let's go ahead and start. I'd like to remind everybody there's a 3-minute limitation. You can say whatever you want. We won't respond, but you can say whatever you want. Please be nice and cordial, and that's pretty much it. Start with your name and your address, and let's get this show on the road. So let's go ahead and start with Nicholas Harris. And also, we've got I assume most people here, as I look at it, most everybody here is regarding the gun safety resolution. And so just a reminder, there are people here for and against. So if you hear something really cool, regardless of what you think, please don't clap, because then I'll have to bang the gavel and you'll think I'm a jerk. All right, go ahead, sir. Oh, wait. Turn on that mic so we all hear. And the microphone only works if your mouth is right up on it, and I'm sure the paper is going to want to hear everything tonight. So
okay. I came here tonight to express my thoughts on local policies and the relevancy of this resolution on gun safety. My main question is why? Why on earth would a city with only one murder per year since 2014 need to adopt and endorse a resolution about gun violence? How is that relevant to Longmont? It isn't. If Longmont was concerned about bringing awareness to a specific tragedy or crime, maybe they should focus on skydiving, because Longmont has been responsible for 1/3 of the total 9 skydiving deaths in the United States. Better yet, why not read a resolution on rape awareness? Because you are 300 times more likely to be raped in Longmont than shot. Furthermore, why would a town with 300 plus sexual assaults per year want to disarm women and men that may use firearms to protect their bodies? The truth is, Longmont City Council members want to read resolutions written by trendy, national, multi-million-dollar lobbies. The same member of city councils across the state say that the NRA is an evil corporate lobby that shouldn't be in politics. Interesting that the resolution being read is from a multi-million-dollar lobby that doesn't belong in politics. It is because of this double standard that I ask the members of this council to vote against supporting this resolution, because it simply isn't relevant. We also need to keep local politics relevant and fair for the city. You all declined reading the Gun Owner Safety Proclamation. It is only fair that you remain neutral on this issue. I've compromised enough, and I'm tired of the discrimination against people like me. I'm not a criminal, and I deserve fair and equal treatment. Let's look at this in more than 2 dimensions and consider if it's even relevant. The resolution is classist, and it is published by people that walk around with armed security. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to have 24/7 bodyguards for my son and I, so I have to pull double duty on that. Please stop the discrimination against people that support the Bill of Rights, and please stop chasing shiny balls that are not relevant to Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is a good opportunity to remind people, no matter how much we or hate or like what you're saying, at 3 minutes I will have to cut you off. So it doesn't mean anything other than just I have to keep the 3 minutes. All right, Lance Tuvey. And you were way under the 3 minutes, Nick, so.
I hope I come across well. I understand that at least one council member views citizens who defend the Bill of Rights as stupid, cowardly fanatics, but I can live with that. We're entering an election cycle, so I shouldn't have been surprised by Mr. Waters' resolution, posturing and posing against constitutional rights and prattling on about already existing affordable health care. In fact, other council members and even Mr. Waters himself admit the resolutions won't make a difference. He even says we can't solve it here. So why bring it up? Is it a shout out for some of Michael Bloomberg's financial support? A rallying tirade for like-minded candidates? Maybe an attempt to move up the political ladder? I'm frustrated that these seem to be the priorities while the people of Longmont are still dealing with the $50 million and growing in Fast Track's boondoggle. What is being done there? We've been chiseled on hundreds of thousands being spent to freshen up City Hall, including desks, chairs, and offices. Jobs are leaving with gas and oil. Are more businesses being encouraged to move here and grow? Is the workforce being covered? The majority of the gun laws in the resolution already exist in Colorado. I'm not sure if Mr. Waters realizes that, or is this a feeble attempt to push our federal government to curtail rights of citizens in other states? I laughed at the irony calling it common sense gun safety legislation when last year this same council threw out a proclamation from a Longmont resident for Gun Safety Day encouraging safe firearms handling. One council member even threatened to walk out if it was voted on. Is gun safety only acceptable if it's proposed by the anti-rights crowd? Regarding affordable health care, the resolution, regarding the affordable health care aspect of the resolution, does this not already exist as well in the Affordable Health Care Act that was brought upon us by the President and Congress? This resolution implies that over $4 trillion has failed. Is this an expensive boondoggle, or does it need more than the trillion in taxpayer subsidies to be viable? Surely it's not asking for more government involvement, more government control, because that appears to be the intention of both gun laws and the health care, more government control. I have no illusions about these resolutions being defeated. I'm sure they'll pass. I just naively hope that council would maybe try and work on matters that may make a difference to Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Audrey King.
My name is Audrey King. I live on Longs Peak Avenue here in Longmont. I am captain of the security for 2 hospitals here in the state of Colorado. And although I have not held this career for 20 years like some of the doctors and nurses I know, I have seen my fair share of injuries and issues arise in my time in the medical industry. I remember my very first day on the job, I saw 2 children, both under the age of 10, lose their lives. One arrived unresponsive, one lost his life in the operating room. I saw a 19-year-old girl, hardly recognizable, that very same day fight for her life as well. I've seen people stumble into the ER with blood coming out of anything I could visibly recognize as a body part. I've taken people's guns away from them upon admission and secured them. I've protected staff members as well as patients. Not one of the situations that I just mentioned was anything at all to do with gun violence, not one. Every single time we have someone walk through our doors with a gun so far, they have been law-abiding citizens who simply need help. And I could stand up here for hours giving you my story of being raped or beaten, not to minimize that in the slightest bit, but that story has already been told. What I want to know is, when are you going to start standing up for the majority? I am the majority. Free of any sort of conviction, drug-free, crime-free, and I'm extremely responsible. As a single mother and a gun owner, my children know how to safely handle a gun, and I feel 100% safe letting them do so. They understand self-defense, they respect lives, and have an extensive knowledge of firearm safety. Please take a moment to consider that we, the majority, are now becoming the first ones taxed and the last ones considered. Every single time one of these shootings happen, the blame gets put at my feet. Not the shooter's feet, not the politician's feet, mine. I am the majority. I am not just a mom demanding action. I am a mom demanding a right to semi-automatics, demanding that my right to bear arms be upheld. I keep people like you safe every single day, so please don't make it harder for me to do so. I am respectfully asking that you vote no to this resolution.
Hold on. We can't, I mean, again, no matter how much you love or hate something, no yays or boos. All right, Judd Priebe. I don't know if I pronounced that right, Judd. You're going to have to, Priebe.
Bear with me in my first speech. My name is Judd Priebe. I'm a resident of Longmont. I live right up off of Luca and Airport Road. I'm a third-generation native to the Front Range. This is my home, and the first time in my life that I feel compelled enough about an issue to actually stand up and speak. First, let me say that this entire hearing is a complete attempt to undermine our constitutional rights. This topic does not belong in City Council hands to make decisions on. It belongs to the people of Longmont with their voice and their votes. When I hear topics being thrown around like military-style weapons, time and time again, one thing comes to my mind: uneducated. Individuals are uneducated on types of guns, ballistics of guns, laws, regulations, history, the functionality, and most importantly, statistics and facts. Truth is that hands and feet kill more people a year than rifles do. Actually, pushing people kills more. Sadly, gun control advocates get to use statistics that include suicide and gang violence to support their claims on gun control, which both of those unfortunately have been an ongoing trend throughout decades and remain unchanged due to any gun regulation or laws imposed. Again, this only points to two things: mental health and criminal activity that has zero regard to laws. None of these so-called gun laws have been proven to be effective anywhere in our nation where they are being implemented. Nowhere am I hearing proposals on crime or mental health issues that we face in society today. I just keep hearing about how to make it more difficult for the average law-abiding citizen to obtain or own a firearm without being exploited for money, paperwork, licensing, fingerprints, styles, capacities, or what we can or can't legally buy. The only thing that's happening is it's making it more difficult for the ability to defend oneself or others against crime. It's projected that over 50 million crimes are diffused every year by citizens, and we can bet there are more that are unreported. So who do we rely on? The police? Many standing up here against guns also stand against police on their days off from attacking gun rights. The police is stretched thin as it is already. To boot, a 911 response time can take an average of 6 minutes or longer depending on geographic location, in which the crime is usually over by then. Making laws that make it more difficult to protect yourself is proven to fail. These are our constitutional rights. I have the right to self-preservation, and no one has the right to take that away from me. We cannot legislate fear and hate away. This makes me wonder if the politicians at a state or federal level truly have my best interests in mind. The statistics are clear, and where I see that there is an attempt to find reform and change, we're still searching. While criminals are committing crimes and citizens are here at podiums across the nation defending our rights, we're the ones committing the crime. Last I checked, this isn't a privilege.
Mr. Priebe, I'm going to have to cut you off, but thanks.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go with Caleb Thomas.
Hi, my name's Caleb Thomas. I'm a Longmont resident.
And the paper keeps doing this, so really get your just right up on the microphone, about an inch from it.
Is that better?
Perfect.
I'm a Longmont resident. I live off of Clover Basin Drive up the street. I felt compelled to come down to talk today because I've done a lot of research myself as an individual who values taking responsibility, not listening to what anybody else says about things, but taking my own critical thinking into my education about these laws. It has led me to the logical conclusion that I need to defend myself. I need to be responsible for my own safety. And the logical conclusion is to be educated, trained, and prepared in every way possible for that. And where that's led me to is that if criminals are going to have guns, criminals aren't going to follow the same laws as us, then I believe that we should be able to have unrestricted access to the same rights we always have had in order to defend ourselves against the criminals who don't follow the laws. So these laws, as far as I'm concerned, affect non-criminals. The vast majority of people who are going to be affected by this are poor as well. The people who are poor are getting crimes perpetuated against them in larger numbers, and they don't have the money to get their CCW permits from the state and from the local government and jump through all these hoops. The fact is, the harder that we make it for everyday citizens, what's going to happen and what has happened, as far as I know, is that you're giving the criminal the upper hand. So what happens is, and we've seen this in Longmont, as well as the trend follows pretty much everywhere I've looked. And I'm an open-minded person, so I've looked at both sides of these arguments. And what I see is, since the last time that Longmont implemented gun control, and Colorado in general, we've seen an increase in crime. And it makes sense if you think about it logically. Yes, okay, you can do your best to regulate, some of the criminals, some of the time, but the problem is the vast majority of people, there's a consequence. There's a cost and a benefit to everything, to every solution, and the consequences vastly outnumber the benefits. And in all these cases, on all these pieces of legislation that I've seen, that we're talking about today.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Robert Pinkerton? Pinkerton. Or actually, you can just correct me.
Close. My name is Robert Pinkard. I have a house at 1509 Northwestern Road. My wife and I have a dream of helping out addicts. I'm sorry I'm going off topic here. So we rented a house, furnished it, did everything that we do in Denver to open a sober living house. And it was for women. We were going to try to put 11 women in it. And every time I turn around, I'm getting code enforcement wiping me out. I had to open up the windows bigger, egress windows. That's no problem. The house I rented, the owners had it for 25 years, and they said the basement needed permits because it wasn't built permitted or finished with permits. So I said, no problem, I'll have a general come in and look it over. Well, after I had agreed to all that, then 3 days later, I get an email, oh, by the way, the fire department says you have to put in a sprinkler system. Okay. That's $30,000. I'm trying to help people. My wife and I, we're both recovering addicts. We have worked hard to get where we're at. And I'm opening a house in Thornton for men. I'm opening a house in Adams County again for men. And I'm not coming up with any of these kind of things. And I don't understand why Longmont and Boulder County do not really want to back anything to do with a sober living house. This is bringing women in that are clean and sober, that have to follow rules and live with one another to help each other stay sober and be productive members of society. There's a case that I have here I'd like to read real quick, if I can pull it up. And this happened up in Garfield County. And I think it pertains to exactly what I'm doing here. Glenwood Springs, Colorado, the owners of the sober house in Elk Springs Super Subdivision on Friday won a federal lawsuit against Garfield County over the county's commissioner 2011 denial of the facility's right to operate. A federal court jury in Denver awarded the St. Paul Living Facility $400,000 Friday after concluding that Garfield County violated the U.S. Fair Housing Act, according to the plaintiff's attorney, Steve Poland. St. Paul Sober Living, I don't have my glasses, is owned for a nonprofit organization with the same based out of St. Paul, Minnesota. U.S. District Court Judge Brooke Jackson also barred Garfield County from taking any punitive action against the facility. The facility provides housing for individuals recovering from alcohol and drug addiction who have graduated from other treatment centers and have already been sober for months. Neighbors of the facility had complained to the Garfield County that Sober Living House was a commercial business and violated the zoning code and Elk Spring subdivision convents. The county commissioner then denied St. Paul's request to modify the zoning code to permit sober houses as a condition use for single-family dwelling. St. Paul Sober Living filed suit against the county on February of 2011, and the court was held in District Court of Denver.
I'm going to have to cut you off, sir, but thank you very much. If you could actually shoot me an email.
I would love to.
We'll chat offline. And
Okay.
then I imagine I'll get city management involved and just ask you what happened. Okay, thanks. All right, and by the way, he went a little long just because I forgot to start it, and I just made sure he got his 3 minutes. So if you guys are like, why is it going forever? That's why. My apologies, but thank you. All right, Mary Ann Watson.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of the council. I'm Mary Ann Watson. I'm a resident of Longmont, and I'm a member of the Living Wage Coalition of Longmont. As city council members, you're on the threshold of making important budgetary decisions that will affect Longmont residents and city employees in 2020 and beyond. We're here tonight to urge you again to keep in mind those employees who are hired by city contractors and paid with city funds. Many of these contract workers live in Longmont and surrounding areas. Many are members of the Latino community who are supporting children who go to local schools and families who contribute to the life of the community. With an hourly wage of $17.42, these employees can support their families without relying on public assistance. A living wage offers the opportunity for a parent to hold only one job, not 2 or 3. In written testimony, retired Judge Roxanne Balin said, quote, "The effects of a living wage will be seen in family stability because parents may have more time to spend with their kids and more to offer them in terms of social and cultural activities. Enrichment for children means enrichment of their lives and our community," unquote. This summer, City Manager Harold Dominguez and Chief of Human Resources Joanne Zies surveyed existing contract companies. Although we've not yet seen the survey results, we urge you to use the city's contracting authority to set minimum wages and benefits for workers hired under city contracts. You can do this by inserting into all city contracts a labor practices clause with an index for inflation, or establishing a city ordinance, or reclaiming custodial and landscape staff as city employees. Yesterday was Labor Day. The papers were filled with distressing reports from all over the country about how many more workers than 20, 30, or 40 years ago are part of the gig economy as contractors. Basically, these workers are left in a free fall, having no benefits or predictable incomes to protect them. We know that Longmont strives to make this city a community where everyone thrives. We trust you'll make decisions that will treat contract employees as equal and deserving members of the Longmont city community by paying them a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Colby Fierro.
Hello, I'm Colby Fierro. I live down on 840 Grandview Meadows Drive. Now, I've come to talk about the resolution, and be quite honest, I only heard about it yesterday. Just off an email from my mother. Now, I've been a lifelong gun owner, and I've been deployed in the military as a United States Marine. And I know military-grade weapons. You know what our AR-15s are? They aren't military grade. Military grade is an AC-130 raining hellfire from the skies. They're guided missiles, not what we have. Now, down Boulder, we've had cops pull guns on civil citizens in their front lawns. Now then, in Hong Kong, we have the Chinese government oppressing their people. And you know where our gun problem is? It's not here in the U.S., it's in Mexico. Mexico, where my father came from. And he refuses to go back because the drug lords, the cartels, own the military-grade weapons. They are terrified of going back to Mexico because they buy them here, they take them to Mexico. Why are you trying to make sure that law-abiding citizens who would have to pay the taxes for this are being punished? The criminals do not care about where they get the weapons. They will get them. That's it, plain and simple. And then, I work in cybersecurity. So, I have a quick question regarding the entire, how to make, sorry, calm down.
You're doing okay.
So, for making sure that a gun lock is only operable by an actual inclined individual, a law-abiding citizen, how are you doing that? Biometrics? RFID? Some kind of weird electronic key? Well, I'm going to tell you right now that a standard lock and key or a good gun safe is way better protection than any kind of electronic mechanism known to man. It is easily defeatable and is prone to failure. There's a false acceptance rates for biometrics that will mean that anyone could potentially pick up that gun and use it if it falsely accepts them. Or wait, if I decide to have an RFID, I can passively block that and make it so that you, your law-abiding citizen trying to protect your life, cannot defend against me as an attacker. And
Okay, you got time.
And following on to the gun magazines limit. That is a silly limit that doesn't actually protect anyone or anything. It is a small amount of ammo. But you know what? I can make a magazine. Anyone can, with a spring, a piece of metal, or better yet, we go to material science and we 3D print an entire magazine. Who's protecting against that? What good is it doing? It's costing me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as well. All right, Curtis Jones.
My name is Curtis Jones. I've lived in Longmont for about a year now. I live on Sumner near the golf course, and everyone else has done a much better job of
The paper's doing this, so let's get right
Okay.
up there so we can hear.
Everyone else has done a much
Good job.
better job of expressing my views than I would, and most of them are covered already, but there's a couple that I'd like to mention. First is, if you really are interested in protecting the kids, and I mention the kids because that's where the scariest acts occur in schools, then protect the kids with guns. That is the only way you can do it. Have someone in the school, whether it's a resource officer or a police officer, that has a gun and knows how to use it. That is the only way to protect them. The other one was, I would question why the government should have a right to know what I own in my house. Now, they might say, well, because it's a gun. Well, I have a lot of things in my house that are dangerous. But I don't think it's right that they know that I have it. Now, I think one of the reasons for the Second Amendment was that originally was that people could protect themselves from the government. Now, you might say, oh, yeah, well, that would never happen. Well, maybe, maybe not. You elect someone like Elizabeth Warren, and you can bet on it that it might happen. And if you look at Venezuela, the only reason that country is the shape it is right now is because guns were banned and those people could not defend themselves. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make that I didn't think other people covered, and I want to thank everyone else for their very eloquent responses to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to slaughter this name. Is it Corey Sulian? Told you.
My name is Corey Sulian. I live on Farmdale Street in Firestone, and I'm running for House District 63 in the 2020 election. I'd like to take a moment and thank the council board for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. This issue of Second Amendment rights is a very serious issue we see in our state and throughout our country. The unfortunate truth is there are more elected officials on both sides who would like nothing more than to see our constitutional rights thrown out the window in the name of protecting ourselves and our children. But when you take a step back and look, what is it that truly does protect us? Maybe ask yourself, what is the means that our elected officials use to protect themselves? All across our country, there are many examples of what works as a deterrent to crime. Just to name a few, our courthouses are protected by guns. Our airports are protected by guns. Even today, we here are protected by guns. And yes, even our elected officials are protected by guns. In their homes, on the streets, and even our nation's capital, as well as state capitals all across our country. This resolution, plain and simple, promotes a blatant violation of our constitutional rights. The answer to gun violence is not to make it harder on law-abiding citizens to protect themselves, but rather the exact opposite. We need to make it easier and more convenient for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves and their families against those who have no respect for the rule of law. That is why I someday hope to get legislation passed that will make Colorado a constitutional carry state. I'll end this with this statement.
Hold on one second, sir. There was a point of order.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's
but
quite all right.
Robert's rule says that. I mean,
Go right ahead.
that trumps. Councilmember Peck.
Mayor Bagley, I did not think that this was for a candidate to make public statements when they're running for office in order to get elected. That's what I've heard before. And as a resident, yes, but not as a candidate.
All right, so you're not allowed to say anything after the point of order. I hear it, but you're overruled. So continued. I'm going to go ahead and reset.
I'll end with this statement.
Go ahead.
We have no other rights if we cannot defend them. Thank you.
Thanks. And the only reason I overruled you was not to be mean. It's just that 3 minutes, anybody can say anything they want. So we open it up to the public. Anybody can come and say whatever they want. So, all right, let's go ahead with Martha Loschman.
My name is Martha Lochamin. I'm a resident here in Longmont. That was a very timely comment. I am a single mother of 2 boys. I am a licensed educator in the state of Colorado. I've worked overseas as a teacher and also here in St. Vrain. And I'm also a candidate for Boulder County Commissioner. There's a lot of different issues that are going to be talked about tonight and are continuing conversations, not just nationally, not just through the state, but also here in our community. I want to encourage the City Council, and thank you for listening to all of us with our public comment, to outreach and do the engagement on issues that residents are concerned about. This is just a small fragment of who we are as a community, and we're still missing the voices and input from a lot of people. I urge the council to be clear about the difference of gun rights versus gun safety in any resolution that is read and looked at. After working in St. Vrain Valley School District, one of my tasks was on a security team. I had a study hall that was signed up with 72 students sitting in a cafeteria for 90 minutes every other day. I was on the security team, and there was no initial viable plan about how I would protect 72 students to get them out of a school. There was no plan to do that. Both of my kids, while being students at St. Vrain Valley School District, were part of and in lockdowns. So I have a perspective from a few different angles. We need to come to an understanding as a community and also know how to help our community at the core issues. That means meaningful programming and supports for long-term support for community members. My job as a next county commissioner will be to protect our community, and I hope that Longmont will lead on engaging community in this important conversation and do the outreach that we need to be doing as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lochamin. Or Lochamin. Did I pronounce that right? Lochamin. Martha Lochamin. All right, let's go ahead. Terry Goon.
Hi, I'm Terry Goon. I live in Longmont on Martin Street. And I just wanted to say that a lot of the shootings that have gone on, people have been doing illegal things to get to where they were doing the shooting. The STEM school shooters illegally entered a locked gun cabinet to steal guns. The shooter in Connecticut illegally killed his mother to steal guns. The threats I've had on my own life were also not allowed to happen per the law, and yet they did. Tim Waters had asked the council to forward a resolution to the state of Colorado recommending a number of different new laws that he recommends. However, he helped facilitate a community conversation on gun violence recently, where not a single one of his proposals was advanced. This community conversation was touted as a way to come up with some action items with respect and open communication, and I really don't feel respected or heard with this kind of resolution going forward. He's advocating measures that were purposefully left off the list of action items that came out of that community conversation. And Ms. Martin seems to think that all criminals act exactly like her own mugger. So why are you doing this? It's got to be just for a political statement, but it's not.
I'm sorry. Again, I apologize, but there was a point of order. I'm not making it, but Councilmember Martin?
I believe that the chair is supposed to be addressed and not members of council.
Overruled. She's saying Councilmember Waters rather than you, Marcia, or you, Councilmember Waters. She's addressing the chair. So we got it. We got to take it. So I'm going to reset you a little bit. Continue, please.
Okay. But whose politics? Certainly not mine. Yet this resolution implies there's support from the whole city. I vowed I wasn't going to ever talk about resolutions again because they seem so stupid. But gun violence is horrible, and we all agree there. But before resolving to do more in order to do something, how about actually following through on the laws that already exist? How about resolving to help George Brockler prosecute those who are not allowed to purchase weapons but who try anyway? Our own DA, Doherty, is all for that. Resolve to forget about the swimming pool but add a new mental health facility perhaps in Longmont. Your first recommendation for registration of guns is one step towards tyranny. It isn't going to happen in this country, yet you are wanting to resolve that we here in Longmont want to see this happen. You're not representing us very well. The seventh recommendation for high-tech features isn't even possible, or if it is, it's so expensive that only the rich can afford it. A number of these resolutions are already in place, making this whole thing just a feel-good measure for yourselves and not for the citizens. The citizens of Longmont do not recommend this sort of pandering, or at least half of us don't. We told you that during the community conversation on gun violence, where those who were against that were in the majority, and we're telling you that now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Emily Waldeck. Or maybe Emily's Waldeck.
I know. We're here on a joint agenda and are going to share the 3 minutes.
My name is Melanie Piazza, and this is Emily. We're here representing Family Village. And if you're not familiar with us, we're an innovative, member-owned community and co-working space with on-site childcare. But it's much more than the sum of its parts. We believe that the kind of work-life balance we provide to families will be as enticing a reason to move to Longmont as our pioneering Next Light and our excellent breweries. Family Village has been around since June of 2018, and we've recently relocated to the Southmore Park neighborhood next to Kanemoto Park at the St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. We're throwing a grand reopening on September 21st, and we'd like for everybody to be there. We know the demand on your time is immense, so why is this an event worth prioritizing? We'll make it very clear. We are creating innovative solutions to two of your most pressing agenda items as a city. First, addressing the growing childcare crisis in Colorado. Second, attracting and keeping top talent in the sectors of advanced tech, bioscience, IT, and the creative and culinary arts industries.
If, as a city, your goal is to attract highly educated young professionals, you need to do more than just provide excellent economic opportunities. You've got to make it attractive and even easy to raise a family here. We believe these two things go hand in hand, and that Family Village can help Longmont lead the way in creating work-life balance that American parents crave. Family Village caters specifically to families in which one or more parents is working from home, staying at home with the kids, building their own business, or studying for their degree. We provide top-notch, affordable, and flexible childcare while helping families build the community and connections that truly improve a person's quality of life. We are also a business incubator for one of our nation's greatest untapped resources, mothers. Of non-working adults in the U.S., 61% of women cite family responsibilities as their reason to stay home. Yet, 75% of those would go back to work if they had the flexibility required of them as caregivers. Moms aren't not working because we don't want to. We're not working because sometimes we can't. Often our choices are ugly at best and impossible at worst. But here's a surprising thing that we've discovered in our first year of business. Working moms don't necessarily need or want full-time drop-off childcare. As a general rule, we are incredibly efficient as a population. And what we really need is a place where we can leverage our talents and be present to our children. We at Family Village are doing this groundbreaking work with or without the support of City Council, but we believe that what we are creating will be part of.
Thank you. I tried. I was hoping like just a few more seconds, but gotta catch up. Thank you. All right, Jafar Partoma. You're up, Mr. Partoma.
Merciful. My name is Jafar Partoma. I live on Virginia Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to share my views on this gun safety resolution. I share Council Member Finley's views that this resolution is a waste of time and it's political pandering. It seems like we're wasting taxpayer dollars on things that are not a real priority for people's everyday lives. This resolution is pandering to a very noisy, very well-funded subset of constituents that appear more numerous than they actually are. They're scared, and they're using emotionally driven fear to clamor for something or anything that they're calling common sense. Regardless of whether it molests the Constitution or American ideals like due process, or innocent until proven guilty. It's wasting time and money. We've already just passed this red flag law, as flawed as it is. We already have magazine capacity limits. We already have mandatory background checks for private sales. But for 20 years, we've been doing the same failed, knee-jerk, emotionally driven, feel-good, do-nothing policies. It was Clinton's assault weapons ban and gun-free zones that had no effect on protecting the children of Columbine 20 years ago. You know, and again, the background checks and the gun-free zones, as well as the red flag laws that Connecticut had nothing to do to protect the children from Sandy Hook 7 years ago. And then just recently, our magazine capacity limits and background checks had no effect on protecting the children of STEM. These flawed laws imposed on us 6 years ago by emotionally blinded legislators have made us less safe. FBI Uniform Crime Report data indicates that we are seeing 120% increase in violent crimes since its implementation. More calls for background checks, magazine capacity limits, licensing, you name it. It's literally insane. We're trying to come up with a new solution with the same failed policies. They keep calling it common sense, but it's really more like nonsense. But I can see how it makes sense to legislators because they're offering direct access to Bloomberg's deep pockets. So it makes sense to them. But the issue that we're talking about, you know, just like every coin has two sides that both contribute to the coin's value, We have another side to this issue that's being neglected and completely overlooked. Most people, responsible adults, many people that you guys interact with on a daily basis, view firearms as a means of safety and protection. It's a force equalizer. It's a woman's true equality defender. After all women's right to choose includes choosing how best to protect themselves and their children. We need a new direction. I'm recommending short-term solutions. We need to start including hunter safety courses in all middle school. We need to allow trained individuals through the FASTER program.
Great example of having to cut you off when I wanted to hear what you had to say. Thank you. All right, Gregory Morrissey, but you might want to get that list and shoot it off to me if you would. Gregory Morrissey? All right.
Hi, my name is Gregory Morrissey. I have an accent you can hear. I'm from Australia. I came to the US, got my citizenship, went through the whole process. Now I'm a US citizen. You've all probably heard about the so-called success they've called Australia with their weapons program. But they didn't tell you it failed. In my home state of Queensland, they caught a man and his 3 sons smuggling in 382 rifles and 4.2 tons of ammunition. The gun violence never stopped. Your proposal right now, you're going to try and control who has the gun, who's going to fire it. All you're going to create, based on the history and my home country's history, is a black market. If someone wants it, someone's going to buy it, they're going to get it. All these digital switches, digital handles, they're not going to work. The best way to do it is, from the city's point of view, have gun education. Everyone learn how to use it correctly. Unfortunately, we don't have a perfect society. There is bad people out there. We should all know how to use it, how to handle it. And if someone was to come to Longmont, the people of Longmont know how to use their gun, they're not going to come. Thank you very much for the, and if you want any information on that, there are still crazy gun shootings in Australia also. And they now have licenses and they're now buying weapons again. In my mum's hometown, 6,800 people now have weapons. It didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lansico.
I lost a lot of sleep last night thinking about coming down to council again to talk about something I thought we had agreed that was a waste of council's time and wasn't worth bringing up again: guns. In fact, I remember Mayor Bagley saying during the October 16th meeting in 2018 that, quote, "I want the gun debate to die, because there's no debate. As chairman of this council and as the referee of this council, because there's nothing to discuss," end quote. I agree with you, Brian. I am sick of debating guns in Longmont. So why is council now stirring the pot with this resolution that calls for stricter gun control at the state and federal levels? I thought we had all agreed to drop it. I thought you guys did the right thing and the only thing that you should do, and that was doubling the number of school resource officers in the school district. I've stood right here and praised it. This resolution is nothing but a virtue signal that further divides Longmont. You know how the gun debate has affected me in Longmont? Brian used to not only be my attorney, but I considered him a friend. Brian helped me keep my kids in Colorado when I was going through a custody battle. I've personally thanked his parents at his house for raising such a fine man. But after the gun debate last year, I found myself blocked by Brian on social media and refusing to answer my texts and emails, even when I apologized. Even our children who went to Westview together last year are no longer friends. It's sad, it's stupid, and it's petty on both of our parts. Is this the kind of Longmont we want to signal to the rest of the world and to Longmont citizens? One that divides its population by continuing the gun debate when council should be focused on Longmont and Longmont only? What ultimately frustrates me about the gun debate is how narrow our view is with it. I believe our young men in this country are going through an existential crisis, and we are missing the mark as to why by focusing on guns. All this does is take away us from our young men and their problems. Maybe it's the overprescribed mood-altering drugs we are giving our kids. Maybe it's the rampant amount of fatherless homes that these young men are growing up in. Maybe it's the video games. Maybe it's social media. Maybe it's the rise of nihilism that's steadily risen with the decline of secularism. Maybe it's the mainstream media who catapults these monsters into the spotlight for weeks on end. Maybe it's all of those things, but we are never going to figure this out until we figure ourselves out. Please help us do that by doing the right thing and tabling this divisive resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Psycho. All right, Jason Boros.
Thanks, guys. My name is Jason Boros. I'm from Boulder. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Bagley and Councilwoman Finley, for your no votes on this resolution. It's pretty ridiculous that we're all back here doing this again. Now, I'm not going to cite gun laws, regulations, or the Constitution here. Boulder taught me that officials don't really listen or care about that, especially when they've already decided on an issue before even listening to constituents. The fact that we're even discussing a resolution like this, especially after reciting the pledge, so it's probably true here as well. I remember the last time this came up in Longmont. After reading a proclamation by Moms Demand Action, a national special interest group headed by Michael Bloomberg, the city refused to read a proclamation by a Longmont resident that was literally a gun safety proclamation. We were told it was too divisive, and we were subsequently invited to participate in a community discussion to create community-based recommendations for Longmont and Councilman Waters' behest. Looking back, I almost feel like we were, for all intents and purposes, sent to the kiddie table for a dog and pony show now that this is coming up. So why is this coming up? It seems that Councilman Waters is introducing a resolution that is not in line with the community of Longmont. In fact, this resolution reeks of a copy and paste straight off of Moms Demand or Everytown's website, not the city of Longmont or its citizens. Otherwise, it wouldn't be full of items that are already in place in Colorado. Items that haven't done anything to reduce violent crime in Colorado. In short, it's not for Longmont, by Longmont. The people of Longmont know that what is being proposed will do nothing for domestic violence. It will do nothing to lower the minority homicide rates, but that's nice identity politics play. And it will do nothing to prevent suicide. It's a big fat virtue signal. It's for Michael Bloomberg, by Moms Demand Action. I was at some of those community conversations, and the overall feeling that I got was that Longmont does not have the appetite for gun bans and a registry of gun owners like this resolution proposes making into law. In fact, this resolution is downright insulting. It starts with a bunch of intentionally misleading information, followed by "we respect the Second Amendment," but the rest basically reads, "but we actually don't, and we also want to step on a bunch of other amendments too." Are you serious? Do you actually know what enacting these proposed items entails? It's not who Longmont is. This is repugnant, to say the least, and begs the question, who do you work for? The people of Longmont or Michael Bloomberg and his special interests? You need to decide. Don't be like Boulder, where I live, and ignore the people to kowtow to those special interests while willfully ignoring what people here have to say. Be Longmont. Otherwise, you're just North Boulder, and we really don't want to start calling you that. As you may have guessed, I live in Boulder, and I'm speaking here tonight because I spent a lot of my time and money in Longmont, and I feel like it's my second home because the city I live in criminalizes me because of my possessions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mickey Burns? We're just over halfway through public invited to be heard.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for letting me the opportunity to speak on this subject this evening. Boy, where to start? We live in a world that seems to think China and everything happening in Hong Kong this evening, where people are throwing rocks at a military that has killed, from what we can figure, it's a better part of 30 million Chinese have been murdered by their government, unarmed Chinese, just under Xi Jinping. In the last 70 years since their population was unarmed, it's the better part of 100 million Chinese have been murdered, including all the people that helped the communists come to power. And so I would like the city council to think about a number of historical quotes. Hitler was once asked why he killed everybody who helped him come to power. He said he couldn't trust a traitor. I believe it was Lenin, called them cogs in the wheels that helped him come to power. And, was that was Lenin that was quoted saying, useful idiots. And my question is, before we start destroying our Constitution, which is shaking as we speak, I would like you to all ask yourselves before you vote on this, what kind of an idiot are you? And that's about what I got.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gordon Pedro.
Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I've taken a few notes throughout tonight. I'm an owner of multiple guns. I do not have a 24-hour armed security. I support the Constitution. I support the Bill of Rights, all of them. I'm an honorably discharged veteran of the U.S. Army. I know what assault weapons are and what they're manufactured for. I'm for common sense gun regulations. I'm opposed to fear-based propaganda about the Second Amendment. I do not buy the rhetoric of Weld County politicians that the Second Amendment is hanging by a thread. I believe the discussion of this proposed resolution is relevant for Longmont and for our entire nation, and it would be good to have a rational discussion about it. I look forward to a rational discussion by this city council next week. And if I remember correctly, there are more than 95,000 Longmont residents. And for the few people here tonight saying this does not represent what Longmont is about, I say maybe we need to have a few more thousand people in the audience to really know what our community is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro, and you also, I didn't know that. Thank you for your service. All right. Jim Peel? Okay.
James Peel, 459 Westview Court in Longmont. Any criminals in the audience? Raise your hand. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I just want you guys to understand that the people you should be addressing and the people you should be writing resolutions about, they're not here. Okay? A famous quote from Atlas Shrugged said, "Did you really think we want these laws observed? We want them to be broken. We're after power, and we mean it. There's no way to rule innocent men. The only power any government has is the power to crack down on criminals. Well, when there's not enough criminals, one makes them. One declares so many things to be a crime that it becomes impossible for men to live without breaking laws. Who wants a nation of law-abiding citizens? What's in there in that? What is there in that for us? But just pass the kind of laws that can either be observed or enforced or objectively interpreted, and you create a nation of lawbreakers. You create criminals from the law-abiding. This is your resolution. I and the rest of the people in this chamber are the low-hanging fruit. We're the easy target. The guys you should be going after, you're scared to death of. It's cowardly. Yeah, after you're done with us, would you please, finally go after the criminals?
Thank you, sir. All right, Bill Gibson.
We've had a passing mention tonight of what's dangerous about guns and things that have happened in the past with guns. In the 20th century, there were great wars between countries. About 100 million people died in those wars. But also in the 20th century, there were 250 million killed by democide. The things that democide has in common, these democides have in common, is that all of these citizens of their own governments were killed by their governments. They were disarmed first. You are moving towards disarmament of the citizens. You are moving towards a socialist kind of government here where you get more and more control. That's another thing that these situations had in common. There was something where the government was very much in charge and they could go ahead and kill the people that they didn't like. The Jews, the Uyghurs, the whatever group that they didn't like. So we're heading that way. If you want to go ahead and disarm us, as the person said, they were just cogs in the wheel, you may be the first ones to go. In 1971, the Mexican citizens lost their Second Amendment. I used to be able to go down into Mexico in the 70s, no problem. But it slowly and slowly got worse. That was because you could no longer, as a Mexican citizen, have anything bigger than a .22 outside your house. Now you see people in Hong Kong with signs saying, "We need the Second Amendment." They don't have it.
Thank you, sir. Avery Pitcairn or Pitcairn or Pitcairn or, all right, Pitcairn.
Do I have to restate my address and everything?
You're supposed to, but if you don't, you still can have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank my fellows who have spoken my similar point of view. It was long thought that the people of a nation needed shepherds to care for them against the violences of wolves or outward enemies. We learned in the last several centuries that even shepherds can turn on their people in time. That is why our Constitution was written as it is. I was born and raised in this city of our great nation. I have friends and family on the left and on the right that keep and bear all the various kinds of firearms, from handguns to rifles. I have also graduated from CSU with a degree in history, having studied it for many years. I consider myself a moderate, but what you are advocating for invokes the most horrific scenes in the history of this country. The confiscation of firearms birthed the war that created this nation. The Constitution was designed to protect against these invasive red flag laws you are pushing, which violate the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. Thereby, for their illegal nature, we will resist them. And it is very likely that thousands more people will suffer if we continue down this path, as police kick down doors, and very likely we'll have to kill people who consider themselves patriots, as they rightfully should. I do not want my friends and family to be harmed, nor their rights stripped away. It was spoken by Nicolas Gomez de Villa that dying societies collect laws like dying men accumulate remedies. Our founders wrote thus, that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. A clear contrast between the militia and the people. You claim you want common sense gun control. That vague phrase means nothing. If your answer to a sickness in our society is to invade people's lives, I do not believe this council to have any sense at all. So while you sit there, I ask you now, how many lives are you willing to take for your so-called security? Think about that.
Thank you, sir. All right, Leslie Hollywood.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
My name is Leslie Hollywood, and I live on 2146 Blue Wing Drive in Johnstown. I also have guardianship of my niece and nephew who live here in Longmont. They're 18 and 20. They're my sister's children, and she committed suicide right here in this town almost 5 years ago. So I spend about half my time here in Longmont, and I care deeply about the safety of this town for my niece and my nephew. Just to make sure that that's clear, I have a clear connection to this city. I don't even know where to start on this resolution. I think one of the things I want to start with, I don't really have anything written down necessarily, but one of the things that some of the council members have said in response to emails that have come to them is that, these are just resolutions. They're not legal or binding ordinance. They aren't making laws. But what you are doing is you are creating a resolution that you are putting forth as the city of Longmont, saying this is what our city wants to be the laws on the citizens who live in this town. So ultimately, your goal is to have laws that impact the 94,000 citizens of the city of Longmont, including my niece and nephew, and honestly, including myself when I'm here in this town. I'd also like to point out a couple of things that I see just glaringly awful about this resolution. The idea that you would have a registry that I would undoubtedly have to pay into does nothing but prevent people in poverty from defending themselves. The idea that you would have these gun locks that only permitted gun owners can use to fire a weapon, I mean, the technology barely exists, and what does exist is $1,800 for a firearm. So myself as a single mother who has chosen to arm myself because of domestic violence in my history, so that means that I shouldn't be allowed to have a firearm because I can't afford it. So what are we talking about? Only people who can afford it should deserve self-protection. That's privilege. There's no other way to put it, but that's privilege. The other thing that I'd really like to point out is, one of the council members responded quite grossly to somebody who contacted her in opposition to this resolution. This is what she said. This resolution merely expresses to our federal and state government the desire of the elected officials of Longmont that some changes be made by them. It is our right to make such requests. We are duly elected, and I suspect the resolution will pass. We would limit your right to own a firearm to a flintlock if we chose, or the state of Colorado could. It's merely a matter of where we draw the line. I have 2 more years left in my term, so you'll have to recall me or shoot me. I'm reasonably sure you're not smart enough to do the former or brave enough to do the latter. In my extensive experience, 2A fanatics are stupid and cowardly.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so this person lives at 905 Hover Ridge Circle. When you go in her house, there's a stairway up the right, and there's like a little section up front. And when you go into the left, there's like a living room, and the kitchen's in the far left. Or the where you eat, the dining room, and you go in and you go back into the right, that's where your kitchen is, and your bedroom's upstairs. I, the government, have been in your home.
Are you admitting you're a stalker?
No, I lived there before you did.
Amazing.
It was the first place I lived in Longmont. So,
And I guess
anyway.
my handwriting speaks for itself. I'm Marianne O'Melka.
Marianne O'Mella? Is that what it is?
O'Melka.
O'Melka. Well, go ahead. Welcome. Take good care of that place. It's
Thank
good
you.
luck.
I love it. Hey, and I am Marianne, and I'm a resident of Longmont and an NRA member and an Illinois transplant. I've been able to see firsthand the unintended consequences of excessive gun control. The city of Chicago has been among the strictest cities in the country, yet according to the Chicago Tribune, there's been over 1,800 people shot so far to date this year. The Chicago social experiment has shown that when guns are taken away from law-abiding citizens, that criminals thrive. Fox News raised an interesting question regarding our own tragic Aurora theater shooting. Why did the gunman drive past several other theaters to carry out murder at the Cinemark? It turned out that only the Cinemark banned guns, where most of the other theaters allowed permit holders to carry guns. So why would a mass shooter pick a place that bans guns? Simple, by disarming armed citizens, law-abiding citizens, it leaves them as sitting ducks. Weld County Sheriff Steve Reams publicly disagreed earlier this year that he disagreed so much with red flagging that he was willing to go to jail rather than enforce it. Now, no one wants someone who's mentally ill or dangerous to have guns, but there has to be a due process. Everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. If someone needs to be put under surveillance while evidence is gathered and evaluated, the laws are on the books and absolutely do it. But to search people's homes, take away their guns, and terrorize families on hearsay is unconstitutional. One example came to mind. According to the Washington Post article, and I quote, police responded to the home of 28-year-old Andrew Fitch On December 28, 2017, after a caller falsely claimed to be inside with hostages and a gun, a style of prank known as swatting. Fitch, unaware of the false report, answered the door and was fatally shot on his porch by officers who had surrounded his home. False reports do happen. Switzerland is known around the world for their neutrality. However, the Swiss stance is actually one of armed neutrality. With over 2 million Swiss gun owners, many citizens see gun ownership as part of their patriotic duty to be able to protect their homeland. Children of the country flock to competition every September to compete in target shooting, and they're proud to show off how well they can shoot. A duty is how I feel about gun ownership. It is my duty to protect myself, my family, and the people in my community if needed. The police can't be everywhere all of the time, and sometimes citizens have to stand between evil and the innocent, and we need guns to level the field. The criminals have the guns and will continue to have them without any regard to laws. And when you disarm the law-abiding citizens, you leave them as sitting ducks. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council. We ask you to kindly vote no.
All right, thank you. See you at home in a bit. All right, Nathan Lee.
Based on how this council has voted, I take it most want a gun-free America. I assume that's correct. Great. Here's an easy life hack on how to create a gun-free America in 5 easy steps. Step 1 for a gun-free America. First thing you'll need to do is have 2/3 of Congress. So at the national level, you need to elect a minimum of 67 senators and 290 representatives who are on your side. Then have them vote to propose an amendment to the Constitution which repeals Second Amendment gun rights for all Americans. Then convince legislators in 38 states to ratify that change. At this point, Second Amendment is history. Excellent job. You've done absolutely nothing to decrease gun violence. All you've done is remove the barrier for Congress to act. You'll need to enact common sense gun reform. You can try to do what Australia did and ban all guns. Well, that's not what they did, but hey, whatever, screw it. Go big or go home, right? To pass it all, you'll need 2/3 of both the House and Congress to vote yes, and then have it signed by the president. Great, the law's passed and the guns are now illegal. There's only one thing left to do, and that's to enforce the law. Guns don't simply just disappear because you passed the law. You need to confiscate some 350 million guns scattered across 330 million Americans. Sure, you can try a buyback program like Australia, but like Australia, that still leaves behind somewhere between 60 to 80% of privately owned firearms. The rest, you have to take. You'll need the police, the FBI, the ATF, the National Guard, all who are known for their nuanced approach to potentially dangerous situations, to go door to door through 3.8 million square miles of this country and take guns by force from thousands, if not millions, of well-armed individuals, many of whom would rather start a civil war than acquiesce. So inevitably, gun violence, which is currently at a historic low, will skyrocket. But hey, that's how you get a gun-free America in 5 easy steps. Now get to it.
All right, thank you, sir. David McFarland?
Thank you. I live on Cedarwood over in Drive on the east side of town.
And just get right up there because I know the papers
Okay,
want to
this
hear.
better?
That's awesome.
All right. Love my neighbors. I will do anything to protect them. I have watched in our neighborhood since 2016. Certain people come in with cameras and photograph our neighborhood. My neighbors ask me, "You're watching, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, but there's only so much I can do." We're going to discuss something that A lot of other people here have not, and I'm going to remind you of this. Number one, what are our authorized state militia forces? Volunteer, right here. Why do I mention that? We will not hinder in any way, shape, or form the duty and responsibility of any of us that volunteer as a militia force member. Keep your politics away from our firearms. If you tell me that the Second Amendment doesn't count, I will get in your face and make you regret it verbally. One of my buddies is here. He'll tell you, I will do that. I will do whatever is necessary. Instead, why are we not discussing how to not become a victim? Organization for that. The well-armed woman. Why don't we ask them, come and talk with us? They do that. It's not just about firearms, and they're about women. Now, the other thing, we have lots of things going on here. We always react or in response to actions. People that go out and kill, they're not reacting, they're acting. So what can we do to intervene and stop that? How can we better judge how certain groups of people that have said, I think I'm going to hurt my family? How did you know that? There is a group, Graves' disease and thyroid disease people, especially women. They have a terrible time. How is it they know this? Why don't we reach out a hand and ask them, hey, can you come and talk to us? Bring your family. We want to know. And why do I bring this up? I am a 24-year survivor of Graves' disease. Not one time did I ever think about killing anybody. Not one. But being a military veteran, I will do whatever it takes. Defend and protect the Constitution of the United States and this country.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
You're welcome.
All right, thank you for your service. All right, William Opp. William Opp, OPP, or all right, let's go on to Skylar Trowbridge.
Mayor Bagley, council people, my name is Skylar Trowbridge and I am a student and a mayoral candidate for the city of Longmont. I live at 2425 Watercress Court. First off, I'm here to support an increase in living wage for hourly workers. Raising contract workers' wages doesn't address the issues for all blue-collar workers face, but at least we are talking about one margin of peoples. The Colorado Coalition on Law and Policy clearly state a self-sustaining wage in this county is $14.51 an hour for a single adult without kids. Everyone should have a self-sustaining wage, and that's why that is a part of my platform. This step isn't nearly enough, but I do support it on principle. The language should be expanded to everybody, not just city contract workers. Now, here's the doozy. I support the gun safety measure, but I'm also requesting a language change based on the inspirational quotes from GOP-appointed Supreme Court Justice Warren Burger on December 12, 1991. He says that a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the people's right to bear arms, has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud, I repeat the word fraud, on the American public by special interest groups that I have seen in my lifetime. Now, I shall quote Justice John Paul Stevens. For over 200 years after the adoption of the Second Amendment, it was uniformly understood as not placing any limit on either federal or state authority to enact gun control legislation. Right now, federal judges have the control on whether gun legislation should be passed, and that's the opposite of what our founding fathers wanted. The Second Amendment is about allowing a well-regulated state-run militia to protect us from an overbearing federal government. This isn't for every Sally, Tom, Dick, and Nancy to decide they're going to protect me. I want well-trained professionals to protect me, not people with their own self-interest to protect what they deem as a threat. The language change should be from banning assault weapons to changing the language of the Second Amendment to the right to bear arms only applies when serving the militia, and that includes a citizen's militia. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Derek Johnston.
My name is Derek Johnston. A little nervous, so I'll get through this as fast as I can. Moved here 43 years ago with my parents at 3 years old. When I was 6 years old, I got my first Red Ryder BB gun. When I was about 11, I inherited my father's 22, which he used to shoot squirrels with and provide meals for his family down in Louisiana. I've ever since then, I've gone hunting and fishing. Every day after school, we would go hunting and then shooting. Never once shot each other. Groups of 6 or 7 of us would all go at once. We were up here just outside of Longmont, between Berthoud and Longmont. That's where I grew up. On Friday night, I was packing up our garage sale that my fiance had during the day. And we got rained out that night, and everything got soaked. So I was out there about 10 o'clock just trying to get things gathered up and put away to continue our garage sale the next day on Friday. Or on Saturday, as we were going to continue the garage sale. At 10:41, I hear what sounded like a gunshot to me, and within a few seconds, I hear cops, police officers, giving chase. Well, I never expected they'd be in my neighborhood, blocking off 23rd and Pratt. They were blocking off Chrisman. They were also on, I don't know the name of this street. They were blocking off the next street up and the street going up to 66. All these streets were being blocked off by police officers. And I was kind of standing out there in the middle of it with my camera on and my phone on. Earlier that night when I was getting everything ready to put away, something in the back of my head kept telling me, you know, you should really have your gun on you. I feel like you should be armed, you should have your gun on you. So this kept going on in the back of my head, and I'd say, no, I don't need my gun. And it kept going on. So finally I went and got my gun. I was carrying that during this police chase. So because I didn't want to get frisked or thrown to the ground and have a gun found on me, which was open carry, I decided to secure it in the garage. I came back outside, and the cops were still going. They were chasing this guy around for about 45 minutes with a drone flying over our head in our backyard and the neighbor's backyard, and they were going through the backyards of everybody next door. Anyways, this all finally ended. They told me to come back inside the house because I was kind of watching and filming. I went back inside. It finally all ended. I came back out to finish securing the garage sale that we were having the next day. And as I was getting ready to go back inside, I mean, this wasn't more than 30 minutes after the whole roundup with police and everybody had been in that neighborhood. A man comes running out of the shadows and right into our garage sale space, right under our canopy. I called out to him, and I said, what are you doing? You're on private property. Get out of here. You need to leave. You're on private property. He keeps coming towards me. I said, you need to leave this property now. You're on private property. Please leave. Don't come any closer. He keeps coming towards me. By this time, I had my gun back on me. It was on my side. It was open carry. I told him again, stop coming towards me. Get off this property now. He didn't stop. I stepped back, and I pulled my gun out of my holster, and I held it in front of me like this. And I said, get away from me. Get off my property now. That was the only time he had even slowed down in his progression towards me and towards my open house with my 2-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, and my fiance asleep inside. The door was open. If he had gotten through me, he would have gotten into the house. Please think about what you're doing here when you're restricting
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to cut you off. I gave you an extra 15 seconds because I wanted to hear how the whole story ended.
Please think about what you're trying to
I will admit I cheated on that one. If you're sharing a story, and it's good, and I want to know the end, not a point, but a story. Tyler Fisher. Council should be entertaining at times. Yeah, tell a story. Doesn't work again, bro.
Hello, my name is Tyler Fisher, and I live in Longmont. I would like to share quite a few statistics, but don't have enough time. So I'll instead share only one that many gun control advocates ignore. According to the CDC, during Obama's tenure, mind you, each year in the U.S. there are roughly 300,000 violent crimes committed with guns, and anywhere from 500,000 to 3 million defensive uses. with guns. If we use an average of 1.5 million, that means guns are used 5 times more for good than bad. However, the gun control crowd seems to completely ignore the benefits of American gun ownership. Hopefully it is apparent to all that laws disproportionately hurt responsible, law-abiding gun owners rather than criminals. The resulting net effect is that proportionally more criminals have guns compared to the law-abiding. With that said, don't try to hinder my ability to defend myself and my loved ones as I see fit. If you feel the need to do something with proclamations and laws, how about you write a proclamation to our legislators to get rid of gun-free zones so our schools aren't easy targets for evil people? It's no coincidence that mass shootings are virtually non-existent at shooting ranges and gun shows. How about you write a proclamation to our legislators to provide more funding for school safety resource officers and arming concealed, competent, and willing school staff? How about you write a proclamation to them to make it easier, not harder, for good people to defend themselves and provide more mental health resources? How about we as a society promote unified families, including loving, masculine fathers, as Lance pointed out, and encourage politicians to enact policies that support this endeavor? How about we stop giving these mass shooters the media notoriety they crave, which inspires more copycat shooters? How about we demand law enforcement and the judicial system do a better job of enforcing existing laws and hold them accountable when they don't? There have been numerous chances to stop many of these mass shooters before, but the government failed to do so. Now you expect us, honest gun owners, to be more defenseless and rely more on the same incompetent government for our protection? I, for one, say no to that proposition and hollow virtue signaling. To quote Clint Eastwood, participating in a gun buyback program because you think that criminals have too many guns is like having yourself castrated because you think your neighbors have too many kids. To extend that metaphor, I, along with many in this room, will not submit to incremental attempts to turn responsible gun owners into defenseless eunuchs, all for the sake of a delusional ivory tower utopia. Please don't go down that road.
All right, thank you. I move that we all on council be fixed. All right. Not yet, says Councilman Rodriguez. You just got married. All right. Dan, is it Egeland? Or Edgeland or Egeland? The lone criminal in the room.
Yeah, my name is Dan Egeland. I live in the People's Republic of Boulder, and the city council there has made my into one of their newly minted criminals because of their laws against gun ownership. The message from them and the message from this resolution is, we don't like you. We don't like what you have, and since we don't like what you have, you can leave. That's what the city of Boulder has said, and that's what this resolution says. There's a group of you here on the council. You don't care what 99% of the people tonight have said. You only care about what you want. You don't like guns, and so you're going to make it so that nobody can have them because you don't like them, no matter what their rights are. So that's my statement. Don't do it. It's not worth your time, and it's not worth the public's time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, make it good. This is the last person on the list. No pressure. Could you please stand up so we can all see who Antonia Cover is? All right, hold on, let me get this all set. Not going to screw up this one. If you can say your name, and I'll start the timer.
Okay,
Thank you.
Antonia Cover, and yeah, no pressure. It's not going to be. So I am actually a native Texan. I came over here about a few months ago to marry my Coloradan husband, and I will say, you know, as native Texans, we are very proud about our state, and we don't like when other states basically show us off or show up on other types of issues, especially the gun issue. And I will say, when I came over here, I was really surprised and relieved that Colorado allows NRA certified firearms instructors in order to actually implement concealed carry classes here without going through state-sponsored training. And why that's important is because I'm actually an NRA certified firearms instructor, and I teach a class every week free to mostly those who are lower income because they have to basically have their rights. In order to actually get their rights, they have to pay for their rights here in Colorado when it comes to concealed carry. I have domestic violence abuse survivors. I have sexual assault survivors. I have real estate agents who are fearful of their life, single mothers who want to take care of their children. And again, I have people who are sexual assault survivors like me who want to protect their lives. In order to do so, they have to pay over $152 in order to gain their rights to conceal carry. And that's just one of the many types of restrictions that we have already here in Colorado. So what I'm telling you guys is that if you guys really, truly care, we're going to talk about identity politics here, about people who look like me, black, brown, minorities, those who are of lower income and don't have the means in order to pay for registrations, pay for permits, pay for the fact that you want every single gun owner to have a certain type of firearm, which is up to, like Leslie Hollywood said, $1,800 to defend their lives and those that they care about, then please, I want every single one of you councilmen and councilwomen to tell me that that's what you think is important, that I can't defend myself simply because I can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. That concludes tonight's public invited to be heard. We won't be taking any, it's not on the agenda this week. The resolution will be voted on the 10th, it sounds like. So if you're going to stick around and want us to talk about that, I don't think we're going to be doing that tonight. We're going to be talking about the budget, which incidentally is the basic form of government. That's our main job. And in the history that I've been on this council since 2011, only one individual has ever shown up during the budgetary process to ever offer a comment. So I'm glad to see that so many people are interested in the budget, and we're going to take a short break, and I expect you all to remain. All right, let's go ahead and get going. It's been such a good evening so far. I figure budget. Let's keep that same energy level, that same attentiveness, right? We're here. We got staff. We just want, yeah. Yeah, we're going to do that. They're just welcoming them back in. I just see a lot of mathematicians here who are just ready to talk numbers. It's going to be exciting. All right, so let's go ahead. We have a proclamation before we begin. And it's a good one. It might seem like it has to do with guns, but it doesn't. It's a proclamation designating September 2019 as Many More Tomorrows Suicide Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado. And at this time, is there anybody here who's going to be accepting the proclamation? So if you want to come on up while I start to read. It says, whereas suicide has become a significant health epidemic as a leading cause of death for youth ages 11 to 24 in Colorado and has increased significantly for all ages, Colorado is now in the top 10 in the U.S. for suicide rates. And whereas the impact of mental illness and suicide reaches everyone in our community, family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And whereas there is a need for increased awareness of and access to mental health services and crisis services in Longmont to prevent suicide. And whereas supporting action for mental health is a growing movement in Longmont that has educated more than 4,000 in the community through mental health first aid, conversations on mental health, education events and presentations. And whereas there are 30 activities planned in September, including a Festival of Mental Wellness on September 14th at the museum, community conversations, mental health first aid, and Safe Talk suicide prevention trainings. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, and the City Council of the City of Longmont, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby acknowledge and proclaim September 2019 as, quote, Many More Tomorrows Suicide Awareness Month, end quote, in the City of Longmont. And I invite all citizens in the community to use this month to raise awareness and increase understanding about suicide and mental health in our Longmont community. Signed, the Mayor. So, would you like to say a few words, sir?
Thank you. Mayor, Council. My name is John Kello, and I'm the organizer for Supporting Action for Mental Health. I just want to say how amazed I was as we decided to set forth to do these events this month. We were going to do a theme for each week, and then we were going to have the festival. And so many people from the community came out that all of a sudden it bloomed into over 30 events. And I think it speaks volumes to individuals' needs to have these issues addressed in the community and a feeling like we need to step up as a community to do something. One of the things that's most important is to have people in the community who know what to do and to be able to offer support. And mobilizing the citizens to act in that way is what Supporting Actions for Mental Health is all about. And so these events are really going to be a launch for the next year of what we're going to be doing overall. Monthly events, multiple classes, and also a lot of engagement in the community throughout this time. So I thank you for setting this month forward and also setting the stage for the next year of what we're going to be doing as well. So thank you.
All right.
And we have some of our committee members here too who are with us.
You community members are invited to come up here because we're going to take a picture with you. Council shall participate.
All right.
All right, let's move on to a report to the City Council from Visit Longmont. And as we get ready for all these presentations, we prepared for a long night. So now that it seems like it might be not as long as we thought, there's no need to lengthen our presentations. I'm sure you all prepared and condensed it Keep it condensed. All
Good
right.
evening, Mayor Bagley and City Council. My name is Nancy Rezac. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Longmont, 512 4th Avenue, number 103 here in downtown Longmont. Tonight's presentation will be for the first and second quarters. It will be a report of our activities for the first and second quarters. I'm going to go through it as quickly as I can. So one of our marketing goals was to increase the 2019 lodgers tax revenues by 3% by the end of 2019 through effective marketing activities. As you can see, through the end of June, we are up 8.3%. The bumps in March and May are relative to, we began short-term rental income, those in 2019. And then in June, the number is relatively flat. If you recall, the Firecracker softball tournament, which typically happens around the end of June or the beginning of July, happened all in July this year. So our June numbers were relatively flat relative to that. We, in June, launched a new website. This is an interactive, user-friendly website. We have an extranet for community partners to access the internet and to update their information so it is not contingent upon Visit Longmont staff to keep that information updated. The functionality of this new website provides more data and more access to reports for us, so we're hoping that that will prove beneficial to us in the months to come. Our website traffic goal was to increase the number of sessions, the time on site, and the pages visited by 3% by the end of 2019. As you can see, our number of sessions to date through the end of June has increased 315%. So you can see that our new website has been very effective. Our time on site and our pages visited are down slightly, and we relay that or compare that to the amount of information that is contained on the home page. And so people don't have to visit as many pages to get the information they're looking for. So that's why those two are down. Currently, we're about 62% female and 38% male. And what is interesting, 67% of our traffic is coming from Colorado, but 6% is coming from Texas and 3% is coming from California. Of the Colorado traffic, 36% is coming from Longmont and 24% is coming from Denver. So you can see we're starting to outreach into reaches beyond just Longmont. You can see that our main demographic is really the 25 to 64 age group. If you look at the majority of visitors, they fall in that age range. We have implemented a number of new brochures with the logo branding this year. And initially, we produced 1,500 of each of those brochures. And we have run out and have gone to reprint on the You Are Here, the dining guide, and the craft beverage brochure. We selected these themes of these brochures from feedback from our customers. This is what our customers are asking for, so that is why these brochures have been created. We have a 4,800 distribution through hotels, through our visitor center, through the chamber, the LDDA, restaurants and shops around town, and through events and weddings. In May, we launched a craft beverage passport, and our goal was to secure 750 registrants by the end of 2019. At the end of June, we had over 1,000 registrants, approximately 1,100. Today, I will tell you that we are approaching 2,400, so this has been wildly successful. This is a web-based application. People sign up for this application for free, and then they get deals on their phone. We have 16 different merchants in Longmont, the craft beverage merchants that are participating. We have 705 redemptions through the end of June. We're about half Longmont and Niwot, and about half, and 39 states are represented. So we're finding that our top states are Colorado, Texas, New York, and Illinois. Another one of our marketing functions is to maintain a prominent presence on all of the social media channels that are important to us. We are shooting to increase Instagram and Facebook by 5% by the end of the year, and Twitter by 3%. If you take a look at Facebook, we're up 9% year to date through the end of June. Instagram, we're up 34%, and Twitter, we're up 9%. The values there are based on a DMA, Destination Marketing Association of the West, survey that was conducted on social media investment versus conversion rates. And so those conversion rates, this study found that the conversion rate for a Facebook follower for over a year is over $61. For Instagram, for Facebook, it's over $47. For Instagram, it's over $61. And for Twitter, it's $30. So that is the potential economic impact from our followers on social media. In 2018, Google offered the opportunity for DMOs across the United States to feature their destination on Google, and Google posts were implemented for Visit Longmont in the third quarter of 2018. We've shown steady growth since our inception, and we found that 7.5% of our website traffic is coming directly from our Google posts. We've had close to 1 million views since July of 2018. Next, we were allowed to take over the Colorado Tourism Facebook page for about 4 days. That afforded us a reach of over 373,000 people and close to 9,000 post clicks, close to 4,000 reactions, and we achieved 402 shares through that effort. One of our goals was to implement some research in 2019. Our Tourism Sentiment Index was the main activity that occurred in the first quarter. So the Tourism Sentiment Score is a measure of a destination's ability to generate positive word-of-mouth conversations about the tourism offering. Longmont alone had 34,000 social media conversations. And you can see, I'm not going to go through this entire chart, but you can see areas where we rate high or low in that in tourism sentiment. Our tourism sentiment score came at 40. You can go from a minus 100 to a plus 100. The median is about 41, so we're right in line with the median. Some of our key performers, strong performers, were breweries and pubs. The Tourism Sentiment Index for breweries and pubs in Longmont was 50, and the amount of conversations was over 30,000. And just an interesting point of destinations our size across the world, Longmont ranks in the 90th percentile for breweries and craft beverages. So that I thought was a very interesting fact. And that is really a baseline study, and we'll have information from our second study that comes in the next month, and I'll be able to report to you how we have improved in various areas. Another tourism sentiment index that was strong was restaurants. We had a 45 tourism sentiment and about a little bit over 6,000 conversations. So we can stand to improve in the conversations, but the tourism sentiment index for restaurants in Longmont is very strong. Some potential growth opportunities are paddle sports and outdoor activities. These tourism assets represented a high level of sentiment, but not necessarily a high volume of conversations. So these are areas which we can stand to grow. Our hotel relations goal for this year was to increase the conversion rate for request for proposal by $10,000 for booked events and conferences in Longmont by the end of 2019. One thing that is interesting to note is that our RFPs have tripled since 2018, but our conversions have dropped to 0. And the main reason for our drop in conversions is, number one, we have an inadequate supply of meeting rooms, and number two, we have an insufficient inventory of hotel rooms. Our visitor center goal was to maintain the storefront of Visit Longmont and increase walk-in tourist traffic by 8% by the end of 2019. You can see that we're up 8.5% year to date. We have 40 states represented, 3 Canadian provinces, Australia, the UK, Italy, Poland, and Germany. And our top requests when people come into the visitor center are number 1, the visitor guide, number 2, the You Are Here map, the dining guide, the brewery brochure, and the bike map. Our goal for a visitor guide request was to increase those requests by 10% by the end of 2019. We are up 93% year to date in visitor guide requests. Our marketing and communications coordinator has been very successful in utilizing Google Posts and social media to generate visitor guide requests. The economic impact, once again, it was a visitor guide user and conversion study conducted by DMA West, and they value the visitor guide at $48 for economic impact. So if you look through the end of June, we have over $26,000 in economic impact just from the visitor guide. And once again, we have 45 states that are represented there. Merchandise sales with the local branding, we are 68% up year to date over 2018. So we're very successful in merchandise sales. And with that, I am open to taking any questions you may have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You said that we don't have enough hotel rooms. What is our vacancy rate right now?
For June, which is the last month, was 74% occupancy, 26% vacancy. So our highest levels of occupancy are July and August, and that's when the majority of requests are coming through for the RFPs. And so our hotels can't fill those requests because they're already booked for those months.
Okay. You said that the economic impact of the visitor guide is about $26,300. How much does it cost to print the visitor guide?
The visitor guide is offset entirely by advertising, so it doesn't cost Visit Longmont a dime to produce the visitor guide.
That's great. That's great. Thanks.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I'm just following up on Mayor Pro Tem's question in your slide 14, which is the hotel relations goal. The RFPs having been tripled, is that like from 1 to 3, from 3 to 9?
No, it was from 6 to 18.
So we
in the first half of the year.
Received 18 invitations to respond, to propose events in Longmont.
Right, correct.
That would fill hotel rooms, et cetera.
Correct.
What would be to generate the $10,000, your hit rate would have to be what?
We could, it depends upon the size of the event, but we could hit the $10,000 with one event alone.
One event. So if you'd hit, if you had a 50% hit rate or whatever, you'd see exponentially more. So if we had, so this is now for you to speculate, if we had first a Class A, I guess, convention space, and we had a Class A convention hotel, what might the number of RFPs be that we would receive? What would you speculate? I understand it's totally you're making it up. What a hit rate might be, and what might that mean in terms of economic activity?
So I would say, just very conservatively, we could probably see at least 50 RFPs in the first half of the year. I would hope that we would be able to convert about 10 to 15 of those. And once again, depending upon the size, I mean, it could be anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000.
So at some point in time, it would be helpful for communities comparable to ours that have the kind of convention and hotel space that we aspire to have in Longmont, to get some idea what their experience has been in terms of opportunities, hit rates, the kinds of events they've booked, because it'll matter when we get further into, when we get on the backside of a feasibility study that's underway right now, and we're trying to make judgments about scope and scale and returns and management and all that kind of stuff
Right.
would be helpful.
Yeah, so I've reached out to Grand Junction because as far as a convention town goes, they're pretty similar to us. And then Boulder, which is a lot larger than us as far as convention goes, but they could be comparable to us as far as meetings go.
The feasibility study should answer all of those questions in terms of what we can expect.
The feasibility would include those
It
kind
should.
of... Oh, that's
should.
awesome.
And that's
All right,
my
thanks.
expectation.
Good.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. My line of questioning is very similar to Dr. Waters, but I wanted to ask, in those conversion failures, can you explain the differential between the number of hotel rooms we could offer and the number of hotel rooms that they wanted us to be able to offer? And the same for meeting rooms. What was our shortfall?
Typically, what meeting planners are looking for is a unified facility where they can find meeting space and hotel rooms in one facility. For the most part, the RFPs are asking for 50 to 100 rooms, but they're asking for meeting space for those 50 to 100 rooms as well. And that's where we can't meet their needs, is that we don't have meeting space available for that size of group.
Okay, so then these are smaller convention events. You know, 50 to 100 rooms is not a very big convention.
Right.
But presumably, if we had a better event, we would get the better RFPs because we've got a lot of other things like Rocky Mountain National Park right up the street.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. First of all, I want to say that craft beverage passport was an inspired idea, and I really appreciate the professionalism with which you've given this report and all subsequent reports, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. And I have cards here for every one of you to sign up for the craft beverage passport. So I'm going to pass these out to you. It's very easy. The process is very easy. You could either go through our website or text craft to a phone number, and then it takes you through prompts, and it's very, very easy. And then you load it onto your phone.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This isn't so much a question for Nancy. It's just kind of a bit of a supplementary. As some of the points that were talked about was, say, merchandise sales at the visitor center and the success of the Loco brand. And I'll say that an anecdote to that is, while not discussed in this presentation, there was recently an issue which would not happen without the success and compelling branding, that there was some, I guess, how would you say it, knockoff merchandise being sold by a local Walmart with our Loco branding, which was actually a trademark infringement that the Visit Longmont had to deal with. And subsequently, Walmart has ceased and desisted their sales of our similar Loco branding. But if it wasn't a compelling brand, they wouldn't knock off to try to make sales with it. So I just wanted to add that in there and let folks know that obviously something's going right on that aspect as well.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
I'll be bringing forth that resolution restricting those shirts next week. Just kidding. All right. Dr. Waters.
Yeah, real quickly. Actually, we should be looking for, shouldn't we, a royalty of some kind? I mean, wouldn't we want them selling our logo, our official logo, and then give us a piece of every sale? Yeah.
We proposed that to them, and they decided to
they didn't
cease
think
and
that was a good idea.
desist.
I want to reinforce what Councilmember Finley said. I've scrutinized your reports and provided feedback, probably not always welcome, but pushing harder on metrics and measurable performance. And so I would just want to offer my appreciation for what you've done with this. I think it is a step up, and it helps with guiding our thinking and decision making ultimately. Thank you.
Nobody's in the queue, so I just has one request. I'm not going to beat you up on it. I think it's great. Good job. Thanks for doing what you do. To a great extent, this is a necessary function of a city. You know, everybody needs a visitor center, right? But you have a specific goal, and that's to increase the 2019 lodgers tax revenues by 3% by the end of 2019 through effective marketing activities. I think the way to present that data, I mean, I know we're building more hotels and we're increasing, and so I'm curious, is the revenue increasing because of hotel rooms, or is it increasing because of marketing activities? So what I would like to know is, rather than just the total number, I would like a room per capita, meaning if you were to take the lodger's tax revenue total and then divide it by the total number of rooms in 16, 17, 18, and 19 in those months, that number, if the per capita number goes up by at least 3%, I would argue you're hitting your goal.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Not that I'm going to beat you up if you don't, but
Right.
I'm just curious to know per capita per room. Why is it going up?
So we subscribe to something called the Rocky Mountain Lodging Report, and it gives us those numbers monthly. It doesn't give us those numbers quarterly or annually. So I could give you, I don't have it with me right now, but I could give you the average daily rate for a room in Longmont in 2019 versus 2018.
Well, I don't want the average daily rate. What I'm saying is that
You want the
so the number is the lodger's tax, the total lodger's tax revenue in the month or the quarter or the year, divided by the number of rooms.
Okay.
That number will give us year by year, how successful we are. So anyway.
Let me work with them on that.
All
I
right.
get what you're saying.
And again,
We'll have to
I'm just
normalize
curious.
for rates, too.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I understand why you didn't do it. I'm just saying I'd like to see that in the future, because that would at least share with me that's the number.
We can definitely do that.
All right,
I mean,
cool.
that's not a problem.
All right, cool. That's it. So
Okay.
you survived, Nancy.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to all the fun stuff. Let's move on to, we doing okay? We don't need another break, right? All right. Night is young. Let's move on to the 2020 budget and 2024 or 2020 through 2024 capital improvement program presentation. Looks like we have a bunch of them. So let's go ahead and Harold. Oh, Jim, sorry. Go ahead.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, the Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to start you off here tonight. Before I go into our agenda items, I just wanted to point out, I sent you an email a couple of days ago about this process over the next 4 weeks. There's a schedule that was included at the end of the budget message in the budget document that details what we intend to cover over those 4 weeks. The fourth week is purposely light, so that if we need to return with more information, answer questions, that's available. If for some reason we also run out of time and have to push things, again, the fourth week is available to us. So I think we have a plan here to try to get you the information you may be looking for over the next few weeks, and then give you enough time to be able to give us direction to put together the final budget in October. So with that, and again, I will point out this week and every week and constantly, if you have questions, if there's something you want us to get and bring back next week or get into your packet, please let us know, and we'd be glad to do so whenever we can. So we wanted to begin with a little bit of a budget overview based on the fact that we had discussion last week that we thought we probably needed to give a little bit more of an understanding of the budget and the budget process. And I'm going to do a brief presentation, hopefully brief, and this is a presentation that we do periodically for city employees in our CLUE training. So that's what you're seeing on some of these slides. We just pulled our slides from the CLUE training, and I'm going to take you through some of those points that we do with our employees that we're trying to bring them up to speed on how our budget process works. So these are what is involved in what drives our putting together a budget and restricts what we can do. A couple things I want to point out here is the municipal charter is important in all this. In our talk about budgets and carryovers last week, the charter dictates that appropriations lapse in all funds except for the Public Improvement Fund, which is a capital projects fund for governmental funds, not enterprise funds, though. So the Public Improvement Fund, it never lapses. We never have to bring those back for carryover. But everything else in the city budget, at the end of the year, that budget lapses. So legally, if we're going to still spend that money for the purpose it was intended, we bring it back to you in the next year as an additional appropriation. Then financial policies is the other one I wanted to point out. We bring those to you during the budget process. We'll do that on the fourth week of September. And we did that in May as well. We wanted to point out to you what it is that drives what decision-making we make in putting together budgets and how we use monies. The reserves are important in that case. When we have reserve requirements in all of our major operating funds. And so we put aside fund balances within those reserve requirements, and then anything above and beyond that is available to us to use for typically one-time expenses, which is also in compliance with another financial policy that we use one-time revenues only for one-time expenses. So that is why we will constantly see in some of our comparisons here tonight that we have a higher amount of expenses over revenues because we do use fund balances for one-time purposes, and fund balance is not technically considered to be a revenue. Government accounting, fund structures, the short of it is that these are the major fund structures: the general fund, the enterprise fund, special revenue funds, internal service funds. We budget the first three of those and only one internal service fund, the fleet fund, because we do include employees and operations within the fleet fund. The rest of our internal service funds, and I'm going to work my way back up on these funds, but the rest of our internal service funds are insurance type funds, health benefits, self-insurance, workers' compensation. It really is made up of transfers from all of our operating funds where we pool the monies for those purposes. So we don't budget those funds because it's kind of redundant because we're budgeting those expenses within the general fund and those other operating funds originally. Special revenue funds, these are all of the revenues that we receive that are earmarked or intended for a certain purpose. They could be taxes that are earmarked, like for open space or public safety. The marijuana tax is another one. We have the DDA up here shown as a special revenue fund as well. We also have community investment fees that we collect in the development process, and those monies are earmarked for specific uses like park improvement, the transportation CIF. We have actually enterprise fund related special revenue funds as well for their CIF fees. So we have the greatest number of funds that we have are special revenue funds for these individual purposes. Donations, grants. Again, when we get these monies, they're supposed to be used for an intended purpose, and so they end up in a specific special revenue fund. Some of these are quite small funds up to largest funds like the street fund and the public safety fund. Then we have enterprise funds, and we have 7 or 8 of those. I think they're all listed up here, and they are they're supposed to be self-supporting. They have a charge that is supposed to recover all the costs for providing their services. Everything else falls into the general fund. Most of them have a certain amount of tax support related to them. Anywhere from 100% of the service could be tax supported to 20% or less of our recreation services are tax supported. But the largest amount of revenue source for our general fund is sales and use tax, and then property tax, and then our largest services are police and fire, within the general fund. I'm going to jump through the revenues. These are all the budgeted funds that we have. I think there's 43 listed up here. So the funds that we don't have that are within our comprehensive annual financial report that are not budgeted over and above these 43. You see these in our annual budget and within our additional appropriation processes. 2019 budget, because this is data that we present to our staff, so this is just out of that CLUE training. This is $363 million budget, broken down by major fund category there. You can see the major enterprise funds and the general fund make up most of this, plus the public safety fund. And all the other funds are almost $74 million of the $363 million total. But, again, each of these are restricted in use. So when you look at it and say, hey, we have a $363 million budget, why can't we find money for this purpose? Keep in mind that much of that money is earmarked for specific use. And then the sources of funds are listed here on this pie chart. You can see that we have charges for services is the greatest source of revenue because it does make up most of our enterprise fund revenues. And then taxes is 30% of the total. And on the right side is just a breakdown. We show our employees how much of our 2019 sales and use tax, where it goes to the, excuse me, 5 funds plus the LUR share for the COP payment. So this, I'm just going to skip through this because this really is pretty much what we tell you about every year and what we're going through currently. And then I'm going to take a breath and let the city manager introduce this part.
So this is a section based on some of the questions that we had in terms of, and we've had these from the public as well as some of the questions that came up. And so we wanted to take you through the 2019 budget process in terms of how we got there. And then we're also going to have some graphs that I found really interesting as we were trying to answer some of the questions. So what you see, I don't know where Jim wants to start or if he wants me to go forward, but last year in the introduction of the budget, we had a proposed revenue of $348 million. We then proposed 362 with a $14 million, with the use of fund balance of $14 million. I think a lot of times, and this was a hard concept for me to get a hold of when I first moved here, is depending on where you came from and how you looked at budget, use of fund balance can be seen as a negative when you're having the conversation, but the reality is that's how the system that we have is based in terms of using those fund balances, and that's a derivative of the charter requirement that Jim talked about in terms of funds lapsing, and then you have other provisions about having funds available, and we need to sometimes incrementally fund capital improvement projects going forward. Jim, you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here now. So the next slide here is just showing the difference between the proposed budget that we gave to you in early September last year and then the adopted budget. There were changes for the insertion of the utility billing CIS fund, makes up the $444,000 difference. Next week, we're doing kind of an overview of the general fund and the public safety fund. We're going to have in your packet for next week data including a summary of all of our all the funds within the budget in a comparison from 2019's budget to 2020 as far as how much is the revenue, how much is the expense, and how much fund balance is used. So these 3 numbers here that we're showing here, these are totals for the whole city budget. So if you want to try to get an idea, what's that $14 million use of fund balance made up of, you really need to see the breakdown of all 43 funds. It'll be in your packet next week. And then if you have questions, why did this fund use $5 million of fund balance versus this one, not using any, the story might unfold better if you can see it that way versus just rolled up in a total here. So this is, again, this is a comparison of the total budget and the fact that for 2020, it's got a $23 million use of fund balance compared to the $14 million in 2019. So we have some pie charts here, and this is beginning to take a look at the 2020 budget, breaking it up by the amount of personnel costs is 32%, almost 33% of the budget. O&M is 37% of the budget. Non-operating costs like debt service are 11.6%, and capital costs are 18.5%. General fund looks a little different than that. Personnel costs are 72.1% of the general fund, and then O&M is 23.4%. Pulled the water fund to do a little comparison to show you some differences. And water fund stands out in some of our comparisons over the next few graphs. So to show you the difference between 19 and 20 of the water fund, I want to point out that what we did is in 2019, we budgeted for the Windy Gap firming project, the bonds that we still intend to issue at some point. But we will not be issuing those in 2019. We weren't sure of that as we entered the year. We did include it within the budget. And so you can see that 68% of last year's budget included capital versus this year, it's only 35% of the water fund budget. And the big difference there is over $36 million that was intended for the Windy Gap firming project. We're not going to be issuing those bonds this year. We would have had to already started that clock to actually get them issued this year. It'll probably be sometime in next year during the first half of the year, meaning that we will need to carry that amount over and reappropriate it sometime in early 2020 probably. $36 million from the water fund, and actually another $5 million, I believe, from the water construction fund. So we graphed over 10 years here the total budgets with the revenue and expense. So the difference between the expense line on top and the revenue line below it, again, is the use of fund balance that I was referring to before. We will always have a certain amount of use of fund balance, and it's often because of capital projects needing to carry over. We accumulate, not to carry them over, I shouldn't say that. We accumulate funds into fund balance and then use them when they reach a certain point so that we have the ability to fund a full project. Happens a lot in the community investment fee funds. You'll see that in the conservation trust fund as well. And also within the enterprise funds where we've accumulated all this money for the cash funding portion of the Windy Gap project. So often we're using fund balances, and that's why you'll always see this type of a difference between the revenue and expense.
So before he goes forward, if you can back up, one of the things I'll say is we're going through these remaining slides. Watch 2014, 2015, and then 2019 as we're moving forward, because I think that will also answer some questions. And when you think about that, 2014, we're coming in the first year after the flood. We're implementing Nextlight. We issued a rate increase for stormwater. We issued debt for stormwater. We had wastewater projects going on. And so just keep those points in mind. And then 2019, obviously, with the Windy Gap that Jim just talked about.
Yeah, we'll see growth in revenue and expenses. In 2013, we had a wastewater bond for $7.7 million. 2014, we had 3 debt issues, $38 million for electric and broadband, almost $30 million for the COPs that we issued for the Village at the Peaks project, $20 million for storm drainage bonds, and in 15, we did $31 million for wastewater bonds. You don't spend all those monies within 1 year, so often we are carrying those monies over. This is the general fund comparison of revenue and expense. Again, similar story about always having more expense here than the revenues. And then the water fund. So this is the big increase there in 2019 is what I explained about the Windy Gap budgeting. And then this is just a comparison of all 3 of these funds from a budgeted revenue comparison over the same period of time.
And so in the 2014, we tried to map the CDBG fund, and the scales were just giving us a hard time. But we think about all the money that we brought in from disaster recovery and FEMA, then add that to everything Jim talked about in terms of the debt that we issued. And that's where you're seeing some of those spikes coming in at that time frame in 14, 15 on.
And this is the total budget and the general fund use of fund balances. So this is, again, the line across the bottom is the general fund's amount of use of fund balance year by year within the annual budget. And then the blue line is within the total budget, our use of fund balance throughout all funds. So you can see it, again, leaps quite a bit there in 2014-15. And then this is finally the total budget. How much we do in our new appropriations is the blue line, and then the amount of the carryover that we adopt in our additional appropriations each year is the orange line. Okay, so that's through that, and so what we're going to be moving. Could you get her?
Are there any?
Have
All right, let's see some
questions. You bet.
We'll get in there. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. On one of the slides for the water fund, it showed that personnel costs were doubling from last year to this year.
So that's the percentage of the total budget, and I think what we were trying to show on that is that the numbers don't change in the fund. When you look at the percentage of the budget, when you have a lot of capital, it's a smaller percentage. When you have less capital, it's a larger percentage. Really trying to use that to show the impact of capital.
Right, the size of the fund is a lot smaller in 20. There was another question?
I think
Dr. Waters?
Slide. Yeah, just on the last slide. Yeah, is that the last one?
No.
Yeah, here we go. So the 2014-15, we're talking about CBDG likely.
There's a lot of things. As Jim mentioned, you have all of the debt issuances, you have the DR funding.
Yeah.
You have a lot of things coming into the system.
So obviously that the use of carryover. Tell me if I'm going to use the right language. The use of carryover in 2014, 15, 16 because of accumulation or bond or debt service. That grew after 2014. Is there a time where you'd see those come back together again, or is that totally circumstantial based on new debt and natural disasters or whatever?
Yeah, Mayor Bagley, members of council, I would have to say it's circumstantial.
So it may or may not, depends on what happens.
Yeah, because if you looked at the 10 years prior, we didn't have nowhere near that type of debt level.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have two questions. The first one is you on one of the early pie charts you had 7% odd for interfund transfers. Under what circumstance are interfund transfers permitted? Because I know there are some restrictions on doing that.
So the interfund transfers, I think, I'm not going to try to go back to that slide, but it's all the way back, I think, in the total fund pie chart.
Mm-hmm.
So we have interfund transfers for a number of different purposes. Again, as I mentioned, there's classification. You jump in and tell me if I'm wrong, but we make transfers to the insurance funds, as I was referring to originally. And so we transfer from all of our operating funds to the internal service funds we create, where we pool all those dollars for a certain purpose. We have them for each of our major insurance purposes: our general liability, our workers' compensation, our health benefits, unemployment. So we have a fund for each of those. There are transfers within funds as well. We have our administrative transfer fees, and I believe that is considered part of the interfund transfers here as well. So those are for the operating support from the general fund departments that they provide citywide. So for instance, in the shared services department, or from HR or the city manager's office, city council, we allocate the cost for part of the cost for those services to each of the major funds, like the enterprise funds, for their share of that cost.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one is, and it may be repeating Dr. Waters' question because I was trying to read my notes and missed that. So, but my question is, why are you projecting less revenue for the upcoming year than you were for this year?
Mayor Bagley, members of council, I will ask you to take a look at the data we give you in the packet this week, so you can see that by fund. But in general, the easy answer to that is that we do not have a $36 million bond issue budgeted in 2020 like we did in 19. So easily enough, that money is no longer on the table in this budget, so it drops just from that alone. We do have revenues projected to go up in a lot of different funds, but they do happen to drop quite a bit in the water fund, and they may in some others, but you'll be able to look at all 43 of those when you get the packet this week.
All right, nobody else is in the queue. I just have one question, and it's actually on this slide. So LURA for COP payment, I assume that stands for Longmont Urban Renewal Authority, and the COP payments are for Village of the Peaks, right?
That's correct.
So I'm just curious, we pay a debt expense, and that includes capital and interest, the $359,844, or is that just interest?
This is just the share of sales tax that we use for the debt payment. So we pay principal and interest of about $2.2 million. Most of it's being paid through property tax generated by the URA or the Metro District. The difference between that $2.2 million and $359,000 is what's coming from property tax. $359,000 is what we budgeted to put into the debt repayment fund from sales taxes in 2019.
Okay, for question number one was why is it so low? So, and then number two is what are total revenues received on average, more or less? Meaning what's the cash flow gap? Meaning if we're paying $2.2 million,
so
more or less.
You're still on this Village of the Peaks then?
Yeah.
Okay. It's the amount of sales tax is over $4 million a year now.
So
that's just sales tax, and then property tax is going to be another 1.8 or so.
All right, so we're earning a $3+ million a year on the mall, cash flow wise. Close, ballpark. Okay. All right. Harold.
So just the point, and Jim said this in his memos as we talk about this, as the property tax increases on that decreases the amount that we have to tap in onto on the sales tax, correct, Jim?
Right.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make that clear whenever I can. All right, so that it, Harold, for that presentation? Jim?
Unless you have other questions, we're going
All
to
right.
move into
Well, let's move on
to the employee compensation part, and I'm going to ask Joanne Zias, the Chief Human Resource Officer, to step up and present the pay plan information.
So, good evening, Mayor and members of council. Joanne Zias, Chief Human Resources Officer. Wanted to go over some information in regard to the pay plan. Largely just wanted to talk about the labor market outlook and why we made the recommendations that we did in the pay plan. So, just to start out a little bit, we do still have a pretty active labor market. So the numbers that you see on this slide are basically what the unemployment rates are currently. July 2019 is the most recent that is published, and so that's what we're using right now. National rate is 3.7, Colorado is 3.0, and then those four numbers at the bottom are the metropolitan statistical areas that the Bureau of Labor Statistics tracks. So we don't have one specifically for Longmont, but we do have the MSAs for everything surrounding Longmont. These numbers are slightly higher than last year, but not significantly, and they do really indicate that there is a labor market that is pretty tight. In general, what we're seeing for the market in terms of salary increases going forward is anywhere between 3 and 3.5. We look at several different surveys to try to get that number as specific as we can. The 3.2 is about as close as we can get it, and what that is actual salary increases. The 1.8 that you see under that is salary ranges. So the salary ranges are moving up. People are moving up a little bit more in those ranges as they move throughout their careers. We do see municipalities about running similar to what the metro is. We do see some private industry that's a little bit higher. And you will see that in the pay plan because some of the private positions that we have or positions that could work in private industry just as easily have been increasing at a rate that's a little bit higher. This slide talks about where we have municipal jobs that have some areas that could be showing as critical shortages. And so you guys can kind of look through that, but that's some of the areas that we are seeing that there could be challenges in the labor market if and when we need to fill those positions.
Harold, did you have something to say?
No, I was just going to say, I think what I'm seeing when I go out and meet with the employers in the community as part of the work we do with Longmont Economic Development Partnership, we're really hearing the same thing. And what we're seeing is in a lot of the trades positions, it is pretty competitive in terms of those markets and what folks are going to have or what they're having to do. That is a conversation that I have literally had in every meeting this over the last year and a half.
Okay, thank you.
One of the other things we like to track as we're taking a look at what's going on in our labor is turnover. And so these are the rates that we have currently. 2018 was showing 9.2. It did go up a little bit from 2017. I will say, though, that the trend for municipalities in general is 18, so we're still doing pretty well. So I'm not too concerned about that going up a little bit. It does look like some of that is from retirements because that number dropped this year. So we had 23.2 eligible last year. We only have 22% eligible this year. So I think some of that is incorporated in that 9.2 as well. Our 2019 turnover is running 5%, so we're on trend to do about 10%. Again, that is going up a little bit. We are still significantly lower than the 18. The reason we don't want to have turnover if it's unnecessary, certainly if it's a retirement or something like that, where someone is ready to move forward with their career, that's fine. If we have turnover that's not necessary, then that's something that we try to avoid if we can. And these are all the reasons why. Compensation philosophy is not changed. We've had this philosophy for the past several years. And what we're looking at is making sure that we're paying competitive relative to market rates. So we're not looking to overpay for our positions. We're looking to pay a competitive wage and make sure that people that are working here are being paid in a competitive manner. And the way that we do that is we take a look at what is the market midpoint for each position. And we do take a look at that on an annual basis to make sure that we're matching what that market is. We have narrow ranges, so what we're looking at is a range anywhere from 90% of what that market midpoint is up to 108% of what that market midpoint is. And we pay generally at the 100 to 102%. Anything over 102% is really for exceptional pay. Why over 100%? The reason for that is because we do have a headcount that matches other cities, but having a headcount that matches other cities does not take into account the fact that we have services that don't exist in other cities. So we have things like broadband, we have things like sanitation, we have libraries where some are included in library districts. So when we pull all of those out in other cities, we still have the same headcount even though we're providing those services. So what we try to do is just get a little bit ahead of that and then also combine that with exceptional pay so that we have employees who, if they are providing exceptional service, we have a way to recognize that. These numbers are just taking a look at where we're at in 2019 and why making the projection for 2020. So currently where we're at is 98.93% of market. And so we're anticipating market salaries to increase by 3.1%. And so what we're recommending is to adjust our pay ranges by what pay ranges are adjusting across the board, and then also try to increase an additional 1% so that we can match 101% of that market.
If council will remember last year's budget, we actually, the year before, we set 102 as a goal, and we were able to move to 101, but because of the issues we were dealing with last year, we dropped back down to 100, and so this year we're trying to move to that 101 again.
The additional bullets are just looking at employees who are already above the market midpoint. There are fewer and fewer of those as we go along. We had about 50% of our employees that were above market midpoint at one point. As we've been freezing those salaries, that's dropped. But we do have a few still. And so these lump sum bonuses are just meant so that they do have an annual amount that they're able to get, but it's not added to their salary if they are already at or above market midpoint. If we have employees that are below that midpoint, then that recommendation at the bottom is to increase up to 5%, just to try to bring them to the midpoint, but not bring them to the midpoint if they have not yet gained the experience to be there. Collective bargaining is set up by the contract, so those are not part of those recommendations. That would just, our recommendation there would be to follow the contract. What we did do uniquely on this most recent contract is to keep the same market pay philosophy. So that is new. What we had done in the past was more of a negotiation that was more of an across the board. In this particular contract, we actually did get a chance to take a look at those rates and match them to the market while we were doing the negotiation.
We think that was a pretty significant step because we were finding we were having to make big jumps every time we went into another contract to catch up. So hopefully this will keep us closer to the actual market.
Just a little bit more in regard to extraordinary performance. This is a program that's been in place for a couple of years at this point. And what we're looking at is who are the employees that are really consistently exceeding expectations and who are the employees that are making significant contributions. This is a nomination process. It gets reviewed by each director and then it gets reviewed by Harold and myself to make sure that those are nominations that are truly making an impact at this level to be able to receive that exceptional pay award. Each year we've had a budget for this, and each year we have not exceeded it. So I think that our supervisors and our directors have been really specific in who that they've been nominated for this program. In regard to future direction, we're still looking at the original council recommendation of 102% of market. So while this budget is looking at 101, the goal is still 102 in terms of our future direction as far as we know at this point. Just again to make sure that we're accounting for those additional expectations. And then we are continuing to refine our data sources to make sure that we're aligning with market for all of our positions. Questions in regard to the compensation?
No, let's wait till the end. Oh. No questions till after.
So this is a good break to ask about compensation questions before we move into living wage. So if
there's nobody in queue, so let's keep going. Well, now there is. Dr. Waters.
Sorry.
But I'll let you have the gavel if you like.
Well, so just clarity on when we can ask and when we can't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you go back to the slide? The slides aren't numbered, so I can't give you a number. But just on the recommendations, open range, non-bargaining.
This one?
Yeah. I just want to make certain I'm clear. So the range adjustments will actually be a 2.65% range adjustment, right? So folks who are maxing out within their range, this 2.65 to maximum. Are we talking about somebody who, with the 2.6 side, they were at top of their range? The range increases. The 2.65 keeps them at the top of the range.
So what we would be doing actually is moving the range 1.65, but then moving the target an additional 1%, so that the target is 101%.
Yeah.
So then we would look at where are they at currently? Are they over 101%?
Yeah.
And if the answer to that is yes, then those lump sums would apply.
Okay, all right. Rather than whatever if they had received a 1.65% adjustment, whatever that dollar amount would be. It's not that as a one-time bonus. It's a straight.
It is that to a maximum of these numbers, because if we had someone at a higher
salary.
salary.
All right. So they would max out at the 1,500.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to jump into the living wage information, and there's a team of us that are going to probably present on it, or at least try to answer any questions you have on this. So we did provide you some information within the packet. We have a few slides here, but I want to refer to some of the information that's not on the slides but in the packet. But the Living Wage Coalition, Longmont, set a goal of ensuring that there'd be, by 2020, that the city would pay all individuals employed by companies with contracts a minimum hourly wage of $17.42. So we provided you some information in the packet about a survey that our purchasing contracts manager conducted with vendors that we contract with for services within the city, or with the city, I should say. And 166 vendors were contacted. We had a 26% response rate. We took the responses. I'm not going to get into that detail of response, but it's within your packet on page S2 of tonight's packet. And we took those responses and in turn used those to make some assumptions based on the amount of dollars that we spend with these vendors. And again, based on two different levels of pay, either I'll jump to that here. So we had an estimate of $200,000 to $600,000 of cost, but it was based on that $600,000 was based on a living wage of $17.42. The $200,000 cost was based on a living wage of $15.67. So the $15.67 is a single wage earner with no dependents. The $17.42 is representative of a two-wage earner with one shared dependent. So we obviously don't know who the employees are, so those are just dollar amounts. So what we are looking at is if we were to move towards one of these rates of pay as a living wage goal, or we could move to another greater amount over time if the council wants to consider something like that. We were just trying to give a ballpark estimate of what we think the cost impact would be on the contracts that we have, the contractors that we're working with, and those are throughout a number of our funds. The type of services we contract for are parks maintenance and landscaping, tree maintenance, custodial maintenance. Some of those all fall within our general fund. We have street striping and overlay. We have illegal dumping, recycling contract with EcoCycle. So those fall into our streets fund. They fall into our sanitation fund. We also have impact that we would see in our water fund as well, and probably impact that would impact some of the costs of some of our CIP construction contracts in our enterprise funds. So it's hard to tell exactly what the impact would be until we know which contractors we're working with that don't pay at a living wage currently. We did take a look as well at our whoops, I just jumped past it, at our own staff. And we only had one position that doesn't make as much as the living wage of $17.42, and that would have been within the library. So the cost to implement this for those positions in the library is only $3,200, which is a general fund impact. So what we don't have extra dollars specifically within the budget for this purpose. We do have a certain amount of contingency dollars budgeted within the city's general fund as part of our one-time expenses, which is a new amount that we haven't had in the past. It's $150,000 that I suggested to the city manager that we add to the budget, because I'm often being asked to find money, and it's really hard to do that. So anyhow, this, though, of course, is one of those potential uses that we would be able to turn to using those dollars, particularly within the general fund, is for those purposes possibly.
One of the things in this that is hard to say is, so you see where we talked about that we have a really competitive job market right now, and I think what's hard for us to see in this data, because folks are pretty protective when they have to bid on certain projects, we know that if it's pushing us in terms of salary, it's probably pushing others that are contracting for work. Not related to what we do, but related to something else in my HOA. I know that their costs for landscaping have been going through the roof. And in talking to them, it's about the labor component of this. One of the things that's also important about this that we need to bring up is when you look at what Boulder did, and I know we get all of these comments, they were pretty specific, and what you're not seeing in there that they didn't do, that if we did this we would recommend, is they didn't include their health and human service agencies that they're funding with grants, because it's a different applicant pool, and that could impact them in different ways to really minimize the service. When you look at what Boulder did, they started off at, you can see, 1567 in 2017 and then moved to 17 in 2020. The city of Denver recently went through something like this. It's interesting, their numbers are different. I need to pull that up.
I have it, and just to clarify though, that Denver considered this is a minimum wage action actually, and they're went to $13 on July 1st of this year. They will go to $14 in 2020 and $15 in 2021, and then increase that annually by the CPI. But nowhere in that action announcement did they talk about living wage. It was minimum wage is what they were referring to.
And so someone asked me a question earlier about how we look at this, and I think council has several choices. You could say we want to set it at 1567 and then do an annual increase. Council could also say we can move to 1742 and do that increase. Or we can start off at 1567 and then work our way to the 1742 and then annualize it. What I would say is that's probably, in terms of how we're looking at the numbers, it really, if we started off at 1567 for the single individual and then moved incrementally, and you will see this in other things in the budget specifically related to the funding for health and human services, that gives us a chance to really see what's happening in the market and understand from a real world sense how that's impacting bids so that we could prepare for that in future budgets.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Harold, could you define incrementally? So if we started at 1567, would that be 1567 for the whole year 2020? Or would there, okay.
It would have to be by budget year,
Right.
similar to what you saw, I think, Boulder did.
Oh, although you could budget a mid-year increase. So, I mean, my thought is that if we start at 1567, it takes us a long time to catch up to the current definition of the living wage. Is there a way that it could be accelerated, but we could still lower the impact?
Mayor Bagley, members of council, I guess we could do we could try to implement whatever you direct. I think no matter how whenever you make that incremental change, you're probably going to be doing it based on contracts from then forward. So whatever direction you give us, we would try to implement it. So. There's one last slide on this issue.
Excuse me, Councilmember Peck? Sorry. Councilmember Peck, thank you very much. Yes, okay, one more slide.
Final slide here is about AMR, our ambulance provider. This is related in the fact that they've struggled with their own employees not receiving a living wage. And as they operate elsewhere in the county, and particularly in Boulder, they're paying their staff a higher wage because of the requirements in Boulder than they do in Longmont. So they've had a lot of turnover issues in Longmont. They, for that reason, and so also some equipment reasons, requested the city to not charge them the $220,000 of contract that we have with them annually to provide services that they pay to us, I should say, to be allowed to provide those services. And so we have removed that from the budget in the proposed budget for 2020, remove that as a source of revenue to allow them to be able to increase their pay. So.
And again, had this question this afternoon in terms of what's going on, and we put this in the budget because it is an operational issue for us today. The more continuity that we have in terms of those paramedics that are in the stations with our firefighters, the better we're going to be over time. And when Boulder made that adjustment in 2017, we had 7 resignations from our system to move into Boulder's. In 2018, we had 8 resignations. In 2019, we had 6 resignations. So it is an operational impact, and that's why we included it in this proposed budget.
The other half of that, which is not living wage related, is that it allows them to put a 4th ambulance into the system during peak hours by us not charging them those dollars anymore. So with that, that is the end of our living wage presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, Councilmember Pack, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So just to make sure I understand this correctly, in the survey, there were some vendors that were already paying $17 an hour to their employees. So when you're talking about raising it to a living wage, it would only be the vendors that were at the 15. How many vendors are we talking about? Because the survey was not for every vendor, if I was correct.
Going to have Diana Wilson, Purchasing Contracts Manager, who conducted the survey, answer your questions.
Okay.
Diana Wilson, Purchasing Contracts Manager, Mayor Bagley and Council. Yes, we sent the survey out to 166 who have active service contracts. Of those respondents, only 44 were what were received. It's a bit impossible to tell how many that's going to affect. We could go back out and try to resurvey with a little bit more detail in order to get you those sorts of numbers.
I guess my question was that we don't really know unless we know what all of the vendors are paying their employees, what the impact to the city's going to be. Is that correct?
Correct.
So some of them could even be at the $17 an hour wage right now. Okay, thank you.
There are some.
Mayor Pro Tem.
But on that issue, I would say probably the people who didn't respond, which is about 74%, probably weren't paying that amount, and that's why they didn't want to respond. But I'm just guessing. So AMR, I do understand we've got to have an ambulance provider, and that is not really something the city does because we don't have, that's just not what we do. But we only, the reason they were paying us this $220,000 is really essentially to have a monopoly, right? We don't have another competitor. Would it be useful to find competitors, or do you think this is really the rock bottom anyway that we could get?
So we did go out through for an RFP process for that, and that was part of the negotiated cost prior to some of these other adjustments.
Okay.
And then as a result of these other adjustments, I believe they're still paying us. Is there still a revenue line item coming from AMR? Or is this takes it?
Okay.
Yep, so this takes it to zero. I will tell you, we have evaluated the possibility of doing that on our own. And I think one of the challenges that comes into play, the previous city I worked in, we did actually provide firefighter-based paramedic services. Stepping into that is pretty difficult because you're also dependent on transfers to make that financially viable. And the difference here versus the city that I was in is it is a competitive transfer market here versus there wasn't really that competition for the transfers in the city that I worked in. And so it made a difference when we started evaluating the pro forma. I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we look to the future. B, we have to then go out for another RFP process, and I don't know the exact date, but we can bring that when we talk about public safety. So we do go through a process to try to ensure that we're getting the best rates for that service.
Okay. I do. I mean, I can see how it would be it's a whole different, very complicated sort of situation to get into medical transfers, liability, all that sort of stuff. So it does make sense to do that and actually use that reduction of the 220,000 to help fund increased employee wages. So I think that's makes sense to me.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This goes back to the approximately 44 vendors out of the 166 that were surveyed. As you know, not all contracts and vendors are technically created equal in the size of the contract. So I'm just curious, outside of the 44 versus 166, what would you project the percentage of, say, positions the 44 represented? Because some might be very large vendors that represent much more or many more positions than, say, a smaller vendor. There's no way to know, per se.
Really, there is no way to know. The survey was very general, very broad, just to get a base to start from. The information that we got was difficult to extrapolate. Some gave us dollar amounts, some gave us percentages. We didn't ask size of employee base.
Okay.
Again, those are the kind of questions, if we are directed to move forward, we could go back out and try to get some additional information.
All right,
I think part of it is you didn't ask for names either.
We did ask for names if they cared to, and
how many did you get with names?
27, I believe.
Okay. Part of it is it's a competitive world, and so what they're giving us and how they're giving us that information, obviously.
Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks. Just on this kind of same line of inquiry. The 166 vendors, is that the total number of vendors with which the city contracts?
No. We have, let's see, 6,000 active vendors. Of those, the active service type of contracts were 166. Those are on-call service contracts and set amount service contracts.
So state that again. We have 6,000
We have
potential
6,000
vendors
active vendors in our system with which we do business.
Within that universe, we're contracting with 166 of them.
For services, that doesn't include construction.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
For
right. Or goods,
maintenance of kinds of
commodities, things like that.
And one of the things that we talked about with the group, we have a lot of vendors that actually aren't located here that we use for background checks and other components. And we said that's probably not a good group to put into this classification because we don't know where they are. They're not local.
So of the two, we've estimated that if we were to, across all those vendors, if we were to expect to require a $17.42 wage, that would cost us somewhere between $200,000 and $600,000. We're not certain yet. When would we know? Is it sometime during the middle of next year? So you'd budget, if we said let's do that, you'd budget on the high end, and then kind of learn your way forward, whatever that number's going to be.
The 600,000 is for the 17. The 200,000 is for the 15.
So you're pretty. If we went to the 1742, it is a $600,000 impact.
That's still just an estimate, though, based on the responses. So it could be greater, it could be less.
Oh, could be more than the 600,000.
Sure, because it's just based on the responses we received.
For the budget, for budgeting purposes, if that was a direction that was given, well, you'd have to pick a number somewhere.
Again, as I mentioned, I mean, I'm looking at it from we would be able to rely on a certain amount of contingency in the general fund. I don't know if all of the other funds could afford to bear that brunt right away, or it might result in reduced services elsewhere to be able to afford those payments. But it's hard to tell, and we won't know until we begin to implement it, I believe.
Is there any way to anticipate, if we were to put a number on it, 1742, any way to estimate or make assumptions about how many vendors that currently bid on our work would say we'll go elsewhere? We can't compete and pay folks that wage working for the city of Longmont, because that's 10% of our our portfolio of work, and fill in the blank wherever else they're contracting, they're on a different rate, hourly rate, and it creates enough dissonance within an organization that they don't bid on our work. Is that a concern?
Thank you. The survey did ask how likely are you to continue to bid on city projects based on this potential requirement, and of those responses, 68.29% were very likely, another 14.6% were likely, 12% neutral, and about almost 5% unlikely to continue to bid.
So that's not a big concern. Right. Related to that is the where this has taken you in the council communication. There was some indication that you're in this conversation about what you might bring back in-house. We outsourced a lot of work because we thought we could get more bang for the buck whenever we did that, and possibly that's flipping now or reversing, that we would bring work in-house that we've outsourced or not. Did I misinterpret what I read?
No, so I think there was an issue last budget cycle or the one before where we had, I think the custodial component was one where we were seeing those costs get pretty close to what it would be if we were to provide that service, and so we had a conversation on that. It wasn't quite there at that point, but those are things when you're in this world you just have to evaluate. I think it's different once you get into your operational groups in terms of, for example, your street resurfacing. It's always going to be more cost effective to contract for those.
Just 'cause
so
that's
it's
what
really
they do.
it's really the nature of the work, because then when you look at the street concept, you then have to buy the capital to have the equipment, and you start layering on those costs. So it's really, you evaluate those, at least in my mind, what I've done historically is based on the contracts and what the market's doing.
So there's not, at least at this point, there's not some target set of services that, based on your analysis, we would say, yep, let's bring these in-house, and then this is relevant to a smaller set of vendors or services. Last question, just following up on Councilmember Martin's question about kind of defining incremental. It would be helpful to have, and I don't know if we need it tonight. I'm not certain when the direction needs to be given on this. But it would be helpful to know what are we thinking about more specifically in terms of incrementally. If we started at one level, over what period of time, it would be some percentage over and above, I would think, what we're doing generally with increasing compensation ranges, right? To get this from wherever we would set it this year to what it would have to catch up to over a 3-year period of time or 2-year period of time. You don't have to have it tonight, but at some point it's going to be helpful, more than helpful, really important to know what that incremental rate, incremental increase would be over whatever period of time you're thinking about.
So I've got a quick question. So my question is, and hopefully this won't take us down a path that is economically undoable when people go, oh, that's a good point. On the living wage data and budgetary impacts slide, it says 2020 market for the city's lowest paid benefited position is $17.10 per hour. Why benefited position? What's the lowest hourly rate the city pays?
So that was another conversation we had. We have a lot of temporary, I don't know.
Like, for example, my daughter worked for the city.
Minimum wage.
Yes. So what's that, 11.10? Right?
Yes.
So my question is, I know that I see Darcy Duday in the back, so you can tell me later, but I know that there's been a lot of push for this, right? And I don't have emotionally, I'm not committed either way. I just hear that it's a concern. But my question is, what's the difference between a minimum wage unbenefited or non-benefited position with the city and someone who's working contract work for a contractor who's doing, yard maintenance? So what's special about them versus Pete the lifeguard, who's a senior citizen, or who is just what's special about this particular group of people? Does anyone know?
So I think generally and Joanne, if you can come up and talk about this.
Why this? Why aren't people saying, well, we should pay everybody $17.10 an hour?
So one of the things that's unique about our temporary workforce is there are a lot of teenagers in the workforce. There are a lot of students, a lot of individuals that are not relying on a minimum living wage to be able to make a living or to be able to afford rent or those types of things. And when we start to look at that population and implementing a living wage, what happens is there's a lot of challenges with compression. So for example, one of the things we did about 2 years ago is created, similar to our regular positions, we created salaries for them to be able to benchmark them against the world. And so a day camp would be a good example where we have 4 levels of day camp providers. And so if you have a teacher that's working in the summer, they're going to be the leader 4. And so they're going to be making a wage which is well over the living wage. If you have somebody that's coming in, like a 16-year-old that's just going to be a day camp leader 1 because they're just starting out, they're probably making minimum wage. And so when we try to implement a living wage with that group, it compresses that entire group. And then, so the impact is on those teenager positions, but then it's also on the positions that are up that ladder where they may be supervising.
So what I'm hearing is that someone who's 14 might do the job just as good as someone who's 47, but we're just going to pay the 47-year-old because they need it?
No, I think what we tried to do is pull out those experiences and actually classify them into a different job where for the most part they're already making that living wage. So because they're coming in with experience, they're not coming into those entry-level positions that are in the temporary group.
Right, I said, but what about the contractors? How can we tell what group that is?
So the contractors are not in our temporary employment, they're in the contractor group, which is
what I'm saying is, but do we know who they are, for example? I mean, like, for example, I'm assuming they're going to be maintenance workers, people who are like, hey, we need to clear the snow, we need to mow yards, we need to do gardening work, we need to, do we know what group those people are? I'm asking why is this group being targeted for the 1710? I mean, do we know how old they are? Do they know what their experience is? Do we know what their needs are? Do we know what, I mean, I know we're being asked by the League of Women Voters. I'm just wondering, I mean, we're going to do it because they're asking. I mean, that's pretty apparent. But my question is, do we know?
I don't think we know 100%. I do think that the trend probably would be that most of them would be more adult positions because you're talking about positions that are more full-time or that are more ongoing positions versus a temporary position where you're only looking at a few hours. But I certainly would think that
But
there
we don't
might
know.
be some that are included.
Right, I mean, because, yeah, all right. Okay, Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This is also an age-related question. We were talking about benefited positions. And if the person is, it's been so long since I had one, I don't remember, is it age 24? They have less need to be benefited because they can still be on their parents' health insurance. 26, is it? Thanks. So do we make a distinction there in terms of where the wage minimum would
No,
be?
we do not.
Okay. So then, if you are getting one of these newly floored jobs, you're in great shape if you're 17 and not in such great shape if you're 27.
Well, those are part-time. I mean, think of it as you
Yeah.
have full-time and you have part-time positions.
Okay, so we don't have any 18-year-old full-time workers then?
We probably do, but
Okay.
that's a full, I mean, all of our full-time positions are benefited.
Okay.
The part-time is where that distinction comes in, and we don't have many part-time benefit positions remaining, do we?
Yeah, we actually, we had come to council a couple of years ago and asked to cap that for anyone that is working less than 30 hours a week. So I think we have about 17 of them left that are less than 30 hours a week benefited positions. But for the most part, you're working 30 hours or more. And when you're working 30 hours or more, you have a benefited position.
You have
Okay,
to.
so it's not a very big enough class to make fine distinctions about, is what you're saying.
And it's a class that we have capped at this point.
Okay.
So it's theoretically, I mean, I just know a lot of 16 and 17-year-olds who work for your contractors, cutting grass and whatnot, and I know a lot of senior citizens who lifeguard. So it's like, I'm just saying that it just doesn't make sense to me that we're going to do this.
So
but-
lifeguards are different, because we actually did have to go out and benchmark the lifeguards because we were seeing we were losing lifeguards.
But do they get 1710?
I don't know what they make.
We have levels of lifeguards as well, and it depends on the experience level that that person comes in with. So we do have some that are at minimum wage. We have some that are making higher.
No, I'm just saying that, my only point is, we lack the data. But anyway, okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, just to clarify a few things. At CU, we hired lots and lots of contract workers. They were all professionals, but we hired them because we could hire them part-time and pay less, but they were professionals. They were everything from, we had contract workers who were janitors, but we also had contract workers who were editors, photographers, whatever, because sometimes that gives an employer a flexibility. If you don't need to hire a photographer full-time, you can hire them as a contract worker and do better. Or you can have 1 or 2 full-time photographers, which we had. And then if you have some particular projects, you hire an extra person on a contract basis, then you don't have to provide a full-time permanent position. So just because somebody is a contractor does not mean that they're just cutting grass and they're 16 years old. It's every single kind of classification in the modern world now is contracted and gigged out, so that those people, actually need to have a living wage too. So.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. To get back to your point, Mayor Bagley, when we're talking about a living wage, I am assuming this is a full-time employee with a contractor, with a vendor. The part-time employee, I don't know how we as a council can say what you have to pay. There's a minimum wage in the state of Colorado for those part-time employees. Am I looking at this correctly? I mean, we are not saying that every single vendor we hire must pay all their employees who work for us $17 plus an hour, are we?
Yeah, that's what it would say based on, we would have to talk about classifications, but yes.
I think we should talk about classifications then, because I do get your point that we should stipulate what it is I don't know how we would do this, actually, because I agree that the full-time employee with family should get the minimum wage, the living wage. But I don't have any idea how we would go into a vendor's business and tell them how they should scale that for part-time, temporary, benefited, non-benefited, the whole range.
And my only point was, I'm not arguing for or against it. I'm just arguing that as we do this exercise, it doesn't seem very clear to me what the goal is and how we're going to accomplish it. And if we're going to go through the exercise, let's don't just do it. Let's understand what we're trying to accomplish and actually just figure out a way to do it. Councilmember Finley.
That would also be my point. We need more data. I can't imagine that we would want to mandate $17 an hour minimum wage for a part-time teenager doing childcare as their first job. That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. If it is a full-time worker who's, supporting a family, that's a whole other deal. But to do that actually will result in hiring less people, and that may not be what we really want to do. We want to employ more people, give opportunities to teenagers to have jobs, part-time jobs, especially when they're starting out like that. And they don't need $17 an hour. They just need the experience more than they need the money frequently. So I would need some kind of some more information in order to make that decision.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I feel like this is maybe being made into a more complex problem than it really is. We enter into contracts with our contractors, that's why we call them contracts, and the contract could specify the rate and for whom. So, for example, full-time, not part-time, and anything else we wanted to put into the contract, although I think we would probably want to avoid a lot of complexity. But certainly it would not be difficult to specify that it applied to full-time workers and what the rate that we expect them to be paid is. And it's also not very difficult for us to ask them to document that, because they have to document it anyway.
But, for example, let's suppose we have a single mom. Like I have several, 85% of my employees are women. Many of them are single mothers. Let's suppose we have a paralegal that earns $23.50 an hour, but she can't make things work because she has 3 kids. And then she has to get a part-time job. Just because her hour is one of 20 rather than one of 40, we're going to say her hour is worth $11.10, whereas someone who has a full-time job only working 40 hours a week, her hour's worth $17.10. I'm just saying that this gets very complicated very quickly when we as government officials are trying to dictate and delegate what is and is not what the market should dictate. Does that make sense? What I'm saying is, if you work, one person who works 40 hours a week and is married, not a single mom, earns $17.10. Single mom, she's working 60 hours and it's a part-time job with a city contractor. She's now, under that scenario, earning $11.10. 2 different people, same amount of work, 2 different wages. One person really, really needs it. The other person, not so much, perhaps. And so I just want to make sure that as we go through and categorize what we're doing, I want to make sure that as we proceed, my suggestion is categorize it, understand it, and actually do it, rather than right now, my fear is, like, I want to do it because I like Darcy Juday and the women who always come and ask. And I'm like, oh, I like them. They know what they're doing. Let's just do it. But I just want to do it right.
So
go ahead.
So I think when you look at what Boulder did, they said expanded their living wage for city employees, janitorial and landscape contractors, and emergency medical services, ambulance providers. They were very targeted because I think, it's identifying that group. What I've heard council say is a couple of things. One, the data. I think when we look at the tiers, we need to bring if council wants us to do this, we need to bring back those classifications for the temporary staff so you can see where folks are falling into it. Because we did see a need when we created that classification that we needed higher tiers for those folks with experience. And I believe, is that over 17 an hour? And so to get at your point about adults versus, we have structured the classification to try to deal with that. Is it foolproof? Nothing's ever foolproof, but it's based on the work. And we did the same thing with lifeguards based on the needs that we were seeing. So we can bring that back to you so you can see that component.
And paying people based on need rather than capability, that starts a whole nother conversation.
This capability is how we define those areas.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, that's a very, very subjective and unfair way to do things. You have to pay everyone. I think the objective here, and I agree with Councilwoman Martin, we're making this much more complicated than it needs to be. The objective is for everyone to have a fair and livable wage. And I think we do need to start it at 15, whatever it is, 67, and incrementally improve it, because we're just starting now. We can't just jump on a huge increase, but we need to figure out what that incremental increase would be. It is not our job, nor is it fair for us to decide who needs a wage and who gets a wage. When I worked at CU, I pointed out repeatedly that I was being paid about 35% less than all the men on the floor. And I was told, well, they have families, even though I pointed out that they actually mostly did not have families, whereas I actually did have a family to support. So they were you cannot leave these things up to someone else who has their own little idea of who needs what. You have to have the same thing apply to everyone. It is not up to us to decide whether an 18-year-old who may be on their own and has no parental insurance or any connection with their parents, they may need, they may be perfectly capable of working and working very hard and being paid a decent wage. Whereas somebody who's considerably older and really, it's not our job to determine who needs what based on their age and all their other little circumstances. We need to have fair and reasonable wages for everyone so that people can afford to actually live here.
Dr. Waters.
I just need somebody to clarify the word need in this case. Are you talking about the need of the employee or the need of the city?
When
you say we've got these tiers and we've got hourly rates based on need, I think I heard that translated into trying to determine what the need of the employee is.
No, that's based on what we need in terms of what's the work that they're doing in those positions,
So if
and
you're
how
in
it's
that
marketed
classification, this
based.
is what the hourly rate is.
Correct.
If it's seasonal and it's summer, that's the hourly rate, right? Is that?
No, yes, but what I'm saying, thus my original question is, what's so special about a contracted employee versus the non-benefited part-time employees that we have? Why aren't we talking about them getting 1710? What's so special about the contractors and their employees?
So that begs this question: Are we contracting? Are we hiring contractors to perform the same functions or same services for which we are also employing part-time seasonal employees? Lifeguards, the grounds crew at the golf course.
We do an O&M, but I think that's going to be more. I don't know if David is behind me. I think where we would see that is probably in parks and in the operations folks with Bob, but I don't know that specifically.
So that'll be important to see if.
I'm just saying, why is
so
this arbitrary?
The point when we looked at it, that's why you saw that they called out a particular position in the library, because in terms of those full-time equivalents of FTE, that was the one that we were seeing would fall below that 17.
But that's not a contract employee, is it?
No, that's
$3,200.
It's a part-time position. It is a part-time position, correct, Jim? Yes.
So are we making a distinction between part-time and full-time in terms of what our floor is? Because I thought I saw it was a benefited, so they were at least 30 hours. 1710 was the lowest benefited employee. That was a person in the library. So I assume that, or it's one of those exceptions.
Yeah, so it is one of those exceptions, actually. It's one of the part-time benefited positions.
So it is a benefited part-time position, and I thought benefited employees would be at the $17.42 level.
So if council said we wanted to do 1742, or whatever that number is, what they tried to do is look at, okay, who falls below that number that we have in our system. It would cost us
$3,200 to bring them up to 7.
That is not in one of these other categories, and that is a number that we will obviously have to ratify.
So, but the library, part-time benefited employee, is not a contract employee. It's a City of Longmont employee.
Right, and currently the City of Longmont is using that 1563 number. We are not using the $17 number. So that is why that would have to be adjusted if we went to the $17 number.
Got it. Thanks.
All right, so this is why we wait till the end. All right, so let's keep going through the presentation. And at some point, we'll make a motion on this and debate it, but all right.
Okay, I'm going to be moving into the benefits portion of this presentation, and I'll try to make this as quick as I can before we get into the capital projects. So first, wanted to talk about defined benefit pension funds for the city. As I think most of the council is aware, the city does maintain some DB plans. The major one is for the general employees. We have 2 closed plans for old hire police and old hire fire. They actually are down to 9 retirees or beneficiaries in each of those plans. We do an actuarial study annually, and it takes a snapshot of the status of the plan as of the first date of each year. So we did do that for the first of 2019. Received the results of that just about less than a month ago. Our old hire police plan has an unfunded liability of $229,122. It's 83.9% funded. It's going to require a contribution of $33,413 to amortize that liability. That's included in the proposed budget. The old hire fire plan has an unfunded liability of $68,067. It's 97.5% funded. An annual contribution of $8,655 is included in the proposed budget to amortize that liability. The general employees retirement plan. Again, this is the active one. This is the larger one. What the funding policy is amortizing the unfunded liability of over 26 years from January 1st, 2019. For the first of this year, 2019, it has an unfunded liability of $20.1 million. It's 88.6% funded. That compares to the year prior, a liability of $11.7 million and 92.9% funded. So the last quarter, December, or I guess you'd say, or the end of 2018, as many of you are aware, was a tough one in the stock market, and so our return for our defined benefit plans in 2018 was minus 7.5%, and so we're seeing the results of that in each of these 3 plans and the requirements for increased contributions from each. When we do from an actuarial basis is we look at losses and gains year by year, but the actuaries smooth the impact of those losses or gains over 5 years instead of trying to impact our contribution requirements with big swings from year to year. So we, again, we'll be having to increase the contribution requirement in this plan. It increased from 12.14% to 13.87%. We're contributing at 13.5% through this year currently. So the budget for 2020 includes an increase in the city contribution requirement from 7.7% to 8% of compensation. And then the employee contribution would also increase from 5.8% to 6% of compensation. So that would raise our total contribution from both sources to 14%, which is a little greater than the 13.8% requirement. So the other thing about the actuary study is it's looking at the plan as of the first of the year and giving us the results in early August. And so really at that point, we are finding out what we should have been contributing for this year. And as a result, we're finding out that we're not contributing in 2019 as much as we would have been required to if we were aware of all this at that point in time. So we are recommending that a $400,000 lump sum contribution be made to the GERP, the General Employees Retirement Plan, from the Health Benefit Fund. And that's recommended to do that during this year in 2019. This isn't unprecedented. We did this 10 years ago or so, actually in 2010, After the last big economic downturn, we also made a $400,000, or about 420, I think it was, contribution from the health benefit fund to offset some of the actuarial losses in the GURB at that point in time. So I'm going to move into the health benefit fund, which is a source of that, and talk about how that is able to afford that. So the health benefit fund, looking at our benefit cost increases for 2020, there's a 5% cost increase from Kaiser for our health plan. Our average increases since 2007 have been 4.32% for the HMO and 4.36% for triple option. And that's compared to industry averages increases that are closer more to 7 to 11%. Dental premiums are going to be increasing 5.41% in 2020. Because of the health of the financial health of the health benefit fund, we are able to still maintain the city's contributions to that fund at 16.5% of salary. Employees make contributions to the fund as well based on a share of the premium cost, and they should pay 15% of premium costs. This 16.5% is of total compensation. It's our way of budgeting to put resources into that fund to pay the city's share of all of the insurance costs related to health, dental, EAP, and things like that. We also pay for the amortized cost for our unfunded OPEB, which is our OPEB is related to the insurance that we offer for retirees. We offer it to them at a subsidized cost. So anything that's health benefit related is paid through this fund. We included in your report attachment B, which is on page S12, which is showing you a pro forma for this health benefit fund for 2018 actual, 2019 projected, and a 2020 projected as well, or budgeted, I should say. And so we are projecting to maintain a pretty healthy balance in that fund. If it weren't for the $400,000 that we're recommending to pull from it, we would pretty much have only lost had a decline from $8 million to $7.8 million or so. So it's still in good shape. We maintain that balance for a number of reasons. I've kind of explained that in the budget message and the council comm, so I'm not going to go into that at this point in time unless you have questions about that. So that's it I had on benefits before I move on, and I'm getting the move on.
So somebody asked a question earlier about interfund transfers. This is an example of the interfund transfers where that occurs.
All right, so I'm going to move into the Public Improvement Fund, the CIP, the 5-year CIP from 2020 through 2024. I'm going to introduce this, get started on that Public Improvement Fund summary, and then we're going to be moving into individual projects. The Public Improvement Fund is going to have $6.6 million of sales and use tax revenue coming into it in 20. In addition to that, we are transferring $2 million into it from the general fund for continued funding for the First and Main Transit Area Improvement Project. That project, is this where I wanted to do it? Oh, I'll get to that a little bit more in a second. We also have revenue in here from interest on the bond proceeds. We have invested the dollars that we received last month from the bond sale. They're going to generate a certain amount of interest, and we're going to use those dollars to hire a project manager over the 4 years in which we anticipate to be completing these bonded projects that we issued the bond for last month.
So on that one, I just want to add a little bit to that. So what we found, we really tried this out with the museum project where we had someone from building inspection come in and help us manage the project. We wanted to test it out. Historically, what we've had is we've had folks that are experts in something else other than project management, manage projects, and our results have not been great. What we saw when we utilized this individual is that we had a much different performance in terms of that construction project, and so we want to do this so this individual can come and help us actually manage the construction projects, has that experience, and we're not asking somebody that is a recreation expert to manage a construction project, and you will see that embedded in within the general fund budget, which is also going to be related to some other structural components that I'm looking at. But we have tested it. When we've used it with a project manager, it's worked well, much better than when we have it.
So moving on, the attachment C in the budget is the fund statements and budget pages for the Public Improvement Fund. Page S15 is showing all the CIP projects that we are funding from the PIF in 2020. I'm not going to get into all of that detail. Some of those are infrastructure projects that we do year in, year out, and you will see them over the course of all 5 years of the CIP. What I do have here featured on this slide are 5 projects that are not there year in, year out. They're new projects for 2020 or continuations of projects that we began in a prior year. And so we were able to put $295,000 towards the completion of the council chambers remodel that was initially budgeted in 2019, $712,000 for the Kensington Park rehabilitation, and then for rec center improvements, $117,000, $8,000 for some fitness improvements in the rec center, and then finally the $2 million I referred to previously for the First and Main Transit Station area improvements. So that's going to increase the amount of funding that we have for that project to $3.25 million. We did hand out a page, and this is probably the only page that we'll be correcting in the budget, I'm sure, over the next month, right? You can hold me to that. But we had to actually adjust the 5-year funding that's shown in the unfunded sources of the Public Improvement Fund because we had left out what we had funded last year, the $1.25 million. So adjustment has been made on this page that we handed out. And then finally, I think we have attachment D, which is the unfunded projects. We do have in the CIP 5-year flow statement, you'll see that we have $1.4 million unallocated over 2023 and or 24. So we're holding those back until the next annual CIP process. We do show 15 projects that are unfunded or not fully funded on page S17. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa so that she can finish the CIP introduction at least.
Council, we just wanted to give you a brief overview of our CIP in total. And so this slide shows you the total for the 5 years. It's $242.9 million. And the pie chart shows you projects, the percentage of the total by project category, and transportation and water projects make up the largest share of that CIP funding over those 5 years. And then this chart shows you year by year the total projects over those 5 years. And then this one is focusing only on 2020 now. So 2020 is 5.2 or $52.4 million. Last year for 2019, our total CIP was 87.92. And so the difference between last year and this year really is that Windy Gap project that we were speaking to you about earlier. So again, the pie chart shows you the percentage by project category that make up that funding. And again, it's transportation and water projects that are the biggest share. So what we're going to do now is move into the individual project presentations by the rest of our city staff. I have 4 staff members who are going to speak to you about 1, maybe 2 or 3 projects each, and then we're going to turn it over to PW&R and LPC, who really own, if you will, the largest components of the CIP. And so our four people that are going to start this off for you tonight is Kimberly McKee. Then we're going to have Scott Snyder, followed by Christine Mason and Marika Unger. And then we'll turn it over to Jim Mangstadt.
All right, so, yeah, so hold on one second. So I guess my only question is, so originally when we talked, again, this is budget. We got to do this stuff. But originally when we talked, we were going to push public invited to be heard, right? So had we pushed public invited to be heard and done all this first, we wouldn't have gotten to public invited to be heard until like 11:30 or 12 o'clock. Because like even I'm sitting here thinking of, so anyway, running the meeting and expectations, right? We're not to this yet, right? Okay. So we're about ready to get into this. There's 54 total slides, right? So even if we go over and each slide's 2 minutes, we're going to be here another 2 hours. 54 times 2 is, Dale's going, no. But I'm just saying that this could, my heart's like, oh man.
Again, when I said don't, there's a lot of slides. We're going to try to move through those with
Okay,
pace.
all right. Okay. It's always good to remind people that. So let's go ahead and I move that we extend the meeting. As long as we're not making decisions, I'll stay here as long as we want. So, all right, cool. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Do you need a break?
What?
Do you need a break?
Yeah, but let's vote first, and then we'll take a break. Oh, the suspense is killing me. Oh, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Peck and Councilmember Finley coming in with a surprise vote at the end. Oh, what a night. We're going to start a local gambling parlor, and that's what we're going to vote on. Who's going to vote yes or no to extend the meeting? All right, it's almost 11. Let's go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and wait. You're not going to eat anymore? Oh my gosh, it's going to be. I don't believe you. If you're giving us cookies and Butterfingers, there's no way we're finishing this in just a couple of minutes. Harold, somebody's after your job.
So I said, that last time he brought it, I said I want Butterfingers.
Butterfingers.
He brought Butterfingers, but now I'm on a diet and I can't eat Butterfingers. So.
Hey, I guarantee you your wife's asleep and not watching. Bon appetit, buddy.
Yeah, no. She has ways
Hey, kids.
of
Hey,
finding
Vaughn.
out.
How are you? They're not watching.
No.
Nobody's watching at this time. All right. Shall we go ahead and get going? Oh, M&M's. What? What are these? Sugar cookies? Well, I'll take a couple of each, too. There you go.
Oh, you don't? Okay, cool.
Didn't need this, but
Can I just start talking?
much appreciated.
Can I go?
I move that you're awesome. We
Okay.
have candy, so good job. Next.
I didn't bring it, but you're welcome.
Jim. He brings pie on occasion, too. Go for it.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, Kimberly McKee, Executive Director of the Longmont Downtown Development Authority. For 2020, the LDDA has 4 CIP projects. I'm going to talk about 2 of them today. DRT 033 is the wayfinding for secondary gateways. In 2019, we are commissioning a wayfinding plan which will include all types of signage. In 2019, the DDA funded $100,000 for implementation of that signage and $120,000 for new kiosks. In the 2020 budget, the board budgeted for secondary gateways. So these would be gateways that announce your entrance into downtown and into the creative district. And so that is budgeted at $250,000. In our LDDA master plan, it meets the goal of placemaking, enhancing wayfinding to help people more easily arrive and navigate within the downtown district. The other one I wanted to highlight today is PBF 215, which is the Kaufman Street Mixed Use Development Parking Garage. We are using LDDA TIF to fund both of these projects. That one is funded at $2 million. This mixed use development will have 73 workforce housing units and 260 parking spaces. Our funding will be going for those the parking structure. We will have 70 designated time-limited public spaces within that structure, and all of the other spaces will be available to people in nights and weekends, so full use of that garage by the public on nights and weekends. So our contribution, as I said, is $2 million. We are splitting the cost with Arlet, which is a private developer who will be sharing and having 75 designated spaces, 85 spaces that will be designated for use by the Boulder County Hub employees, and 30 designated spaces for the housing. We did look at a parking share model to make sure that we're maximizing those spaces both day and night without having it sit empty. In our master plan, it hits several of our goals, including the economic vitality goal of partnering with the private sector. It is on city-owned lot, which is owned by the General Improvement District, actually, and that represents 12% of the project area of the 1.5 acres that will be redeveloped. We were able to work with a private developer that owns the rest of the block, who will be redeveloping that space into creative office. Connectivity and access, assuring a adequate, well-distributed parking supply for the long term. So parking is something that we are consistently working at, and this is in one of the hotter zones of where we need parking in that 500 block. Land use, having a diverse mix of land uses, including both non-residential and residential. It will be a mixed-use property that does keep the county and some affordable housing within our district, and utilizing one of our implementation priorities, which was the 500 block of Kaufman, looking at market rate or workforce housing and new office. So if you have any questions, happy to answer them. Thank you.
I'm crying here. Beautiful.
Councilman Bagley, and I'm Scott Snyder with Public Safety Support Services. Got three public safety projects we were going to touch on tonight. First one, PBF 037, is fire station improvements. These funds are used for capital repairs in the fire department facilities and updates intended to reduce maintenance and extend the life of those buildings. Recent examples of work completed with these funds have been replacement of furnaces and AC units, upgrading lighting to LED fixtures, and a couple of significant plumbing repairs. PBF 165, municipal.
Could we get you to lean into that mic a little bit more?
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Municipal buildings, emergency generators. The Office of Emergency Management has 3 buildings identified for sheltering in the event of a community disaster. The Memorial Building, the Senior Center, and the Recreation Center. Of these, only the Memorial Building has a backup generator. The other 2 buildings are pre-wired, so a generator could be brought in and hooked up. However, in the event of a disaster, large generators can be in high demand, and electricians to install them difficult to find on a timely basis. This project will install permanent generators at those 2 facilities. The second part of the project is to ensure that the 2 city buildings, which play critical roles in the management of a disaster, are usable in the event of a power outage. The first being this building. Currently it has a backup generator that only serves a small portion of the building and is close to 40 years old. The design life of these units is 20 to 25 years. The other site is the generator at the Safety and Justice Center. It is now 27 years old and only serves the emergency communications part of the building during a power outage. Most of that building is without power, and there's no heat or AC in that building. Our intention is to replace both generators with units capable of powering those entire buildings so that functions can continue very much as normal in the event of a disaster that involved a power outage. The funding that's identified in 2020 is for engineering and preparing bid specifications, and then it would be installation funded in 2021. The third project, I'm going to introduce the Emergency Communications Manager, Christine Mason, to provide an overview of that.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Christine Mason, Emergency Communications Center for the Department of Public Safety, here to talk about PBF 220, which is an expansion of the Communications Center. We've been in the building since 1993, and we've experienced a growth rate of 113% for employees. Unfortunately, we are currently at capacity within the room and desperately need expansion. This would also impact the EOC. We would be expanding into the EOC, and they would have to be moving out of that room. But this creates, I'm so sorry. It would create the deconstruction and then the reconstruction of the Emergency Comm Center. And the reason we're asking for it at this time is that the BRETSA, the Boulder Regional Emergency Telephone Service Authority Board, is currently in the process of looking at new consoles, and they typically pay for those consoles for all 4 PSAPs within Boulder County. And so it would be almost a financial, it would be equitable what they would be paying for with what we've requested for the expansion of the comm center. Any questions?
You did a beautiful job.
Thank you.
No, you did. All right. Marika Unger, come on down. Everyone else has escaped the questions. We shall see if you fare so well.
Mayor Bagley, members of Council, Marika Unger, City Manager's Office, Communications Manager. I'm here to talk to you about, can you hear me, John? I'm here to talk to you about the council chambers remodel. As you may recall, this is a project to bring chambers up to ADA compliance, American with Disabilities Act compliance, and to also complete some required maintenance items. We'd planned to complete this work in 2019. the bids that came back from general contractors were significantly higher than the budgeted amount. So we are requesting additional funding so that we can complete the work in the 2020 budget. Right now, this is going through permit approval, and we hope to be moving to the selection of a general contractor in the next couple of months. The timeline for completion is approximately 2 months once that contractor is on board, and we are looking at an appropriate window that will have the least impact to council for doing that work. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So what will happen while we're,
We'll move you.
We'll what?
We'll move to another location.
Nice. When's that going to start? Let's make it a cool place, like 3 margaritas.
So part of this, what you're bringing in is you're also going to see in terms of what Christine talked about in this project, we're trying to bring some of these projects together to get a better economy of scale, because we're just seeing prices on these smaller projects be really expensive.
Look forward to seeing what happens. Parking, council chambers, moving it all, shaking it all. Nice.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, who's next?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, Karen Roney, Community Services, and I'm going to start with the slides. So there are just a few projects that I want to mention, and the first one is PB 145, and this is an ongoing CIP that we have available to the Community Services Department, and primarily to continue to replace the various equipment. Recreation benefits from a lot of this investment. But those kinds of equipment, furniture, fixtures that are used regularly by our public facilities that the community loves and uses quite frequently. So in 2020, we are proposing $238,000, and I've listed what some of those some of the money would go towards. So primarily, again, I think the lion's share in recreation, but also replacing some other furniture in our other heavily used public facilities. In 1951, we built the St. Vrain Memorial Building. The women's restroom that you see pictured here has not had an update since 1951. The picture doesn't do it justice, but it looks dirty all the time, and
So it does it justice.
It does it justice, or whatever. I don't know.
It does it justice, and we
so
shouldn't believe the picture.
it looks dirty when it's clean. We can't replace the tile. It's a heavily used restroom, so the RTD drivers use this restroom, and it's time to refresh the women's restroom at the Memorial Building for almost $41,000. PBF 185, so woodpeckers. This is what happens in the stucco at the Longmont Recreation Center. This would be our third application of stucco hardening treatment. And the little woodpeckers can't bust through that. So there's the holes. So we applied this in 2012. Again in 2014, and it's really time to do that again. So the woodpeckers make the holes, and the blackbirds make a nest. And so eventually we'll be providing this treatment all around the rec center where there is stucco. Okay, moving forward, then PBF 186. So this is really to begin some remodel at the Longmont Recreation Center in 2020. The $8,000 is for the design, and this is the lobby area. And so what the proposal is that we repurpose this lobby area and part of the concession area, and add fitness and cardio equipment so that we are able to meet the demand for fitness space at the Longmont Recreation Center, which is, I think since we opened, there's been a demand for extra space. So this really is phase one in 2020, so that we would be able to design to repurpose that lobby space at the recreation center. And then PRO 102 is another one of our ongoing maintenance CIPs, and this is for maintenance of our various aquatic facilities. And in 2020, the recommendation is for about $250,000 to for improvements, and that's primarily, oh, I wrote it down. So it's primarily for a system in the Longmont Recreation Center pool to really help with disinfecting in the pool and the lap pool area. Also, we will be replacing the grates that cover the various drains, and this is the Virginia Graham, improvements that we need to make sure that little people don't get sucked into the drains, and so this is again a federal mandate. So we are continuing to upgrade those drain covers, and so that's primarily what we'll be doing with the dollars in 2020 for our aquatics facilities. And if there aren't any other questions, then I'm going to introduce Dale Rademacher. Did I do it right? Okay. Okay, there you go.
Mayor Bagley and members of City Council, Dale Rademacher, Deputy City Manager. So what I was going to do is we have about $48.5 million of CIP between PW&R and Power and Nextlight, and 55 projects, every one of which we're going to talk about right now. No, just kidding. Not to mention the 100 or so in the rest of the CIP. But seriously, it's a huge responsibility on PW&R and LPC to carry forward these projects. This is a huge burden of use and proper use of public funds. We take it very seriously. We try to be very judicious in the projects that we identify, those that are certainly first and foremost are needed for the ongoing asset management and maintenance of these systems that our citizens rely on each and every day throughout the community for basic services. And so you will see the bulk of these dollars going into those types of projects. Not to say there aren't some singular large projects like a Windy Gap firming or a new park, so there is some expansion of the system as well. Before I start, I'd also like to take just a minute to introduce Valerie Dodd. Valerie has been with us all of just over 3 weeks now. Right, 17 days. So she's into her 4th week, I tell you, and still here. Valerie is our new Nextlight and Broadband Executive Director, and we are incredibly fortunate to have convinced Valerie to come join our team here at Longmont. Very excited to see the direction and the new energy that she is going to bring into Nextlight to really take it to that next level of what we need for our community. So I'm going to turn it over to Valerie.
I know I've got to stand really close to this thing. Thank you very much, Dale. It's an honor to be here. I'm really excited. So it's a long night, but still excited about it. So Mayor Bagley, pleasure. Members of the council, I'm going to make this brief. I've got some slides. Can you drive for me? Oh, I'll drive for myself. Okay, here we go. I won't go through this. The story with Nextlight is really pretty simple. From a capital improvement plan perspective, it's really all about investing in reliability, redundancy, ensuring we have capacity for the future, and it's also about really making sure that we can accommodate community growth and continue to further enable the households that we haven't gotten to yet. So I'm going to first orient you really on where we are in terms of enablement. So if you look at the upper left-hand chart, you'll see that green bar. That's generally all of the premises or units, households, buildings, businesses within the community. The blue bar represents those that are serviceable or enabled. So you will see that the trend is continuing to improve. We're north of 80% in terms of enablement, and we'll probably top out about 95% in a few years. What you'll see in that chart also is that gold bar. I know that Harold's asked questions about what is the growth trend? Are we going to continue to have to spend a lot of time with technicians out in the field doing a lot of construction? The answer is not as much as we have. Obviously, we still have to keep up with some of the existing growth as well as some of the properties we haven't gotten to, but you'll see that yellow bar is declining. So that's the good news. We don't have as many enablements coming. The bottom right-hand chart is about customers. So great, we've expanded the network. We've got more households. We've got more businesses with fiber running down the street. But are our customers, our customer growth keeping up with that? And it is, and that's the good thing. So our penetration of the service is continuing to grow. Even though we increased the denominator by turning up a whole bunch of new households, we also added a bunch of new customers about the same time, so we didn't see a dip in that, really that percentage of penetration. So here you see the big green piece of the pie. That is the growth that we just talked about. So really it comes in two ways. It's greenfield, meaning it's brand new. It's brownfield. We're building out to houses or buildings or businesses that already exist. So that is the preponderance of the budget. 76% will be spent enabling new customers. So the good news is there's revenue tied to that expense. So furthermore, the payback on that revenue is roughly 2 to 5 years, more so on the 2-year payback scale. So that's, I think, really positive news. The second large piece of the pie is the network reliability piece, taking about 18% of the capital budget. And so that, again, is to reinforce and fortify the network for the future. So we're excited about these programs. We're excited to continue to grow. And all in all, this represents about 5% of the total CIP budget at about $2.46 million. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Valerie and David will both be back later in the budget process to talk about what we're doing within the operational budgets and what the future looks like.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Don't sit down.
So
you were doing so
sorry.
good.
I'm sorry. The
That's
process.
okay. And since you've only been here 17 days, it may fall to Dale to answer this question.
Not with that shirt. Ask her.
I like it, Dale. My question is, you know, the price of Nextlight to a residential customer can't be beat. And it's a huge calling card, draw, whatever you want to call it, to our community. The commercial prices for Nextlight aren't that much different than what you can get for the same amount of bandwidth from one of Nextlight's competitors. And so it isn't as much of a draw as we'd like it to be. I'm pretty sure it's still a whole lot more reliable than the competition. But wow, you know, we've got some people who are really, really wanting to use this gold crown of our community here to do business development. Do you have any plans to make it more competitive for commercial buyers?
Mayor Bagley, council member, yes, absolutely. That was one of the opportunities that I saw through the excuse me, the interview process, was that the penetration for commercial accounts wasn't as high as maybe it could be. So I think there's a real focus there. It is different from a residential play in that the build cost to get into those buildings, to bring fiber inside those buildings, is a little bit higher cost. So we have to be careful and be very strategic about how we do that. But you'll hear more from me about our investment in someone that's really focused on the product side of things. I think we did a terrific job developing this network. Now we've really got to develop the product and understand the revenue associated with that. So a lot of focus is really going to be in the commercial space.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, we don't have any questions, but we allowed you, Marcia.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of City Council. I'm Dave Hornbacher, the Executive Director for Electric Services. And so, let me drive this thing. There we go. So I'm just going to briefly go over some of the different projects that we have in the 2020 budget. And specifically, there'll be the feeder underground conversion, there'll be the aid to construction, advanced metering, and system rehabilitation and improvements. So electric feeder underground conversion, you've probably recognized that space there off of 4th on the east side of Main Street. For next year, it's $343,000, and that's an opportunistic opportunity with that money to try to tie into some other projects that may be going on in the area, such as First and Main, and take advantage of some redevelopment that's going on to sort of further those dollars and leverage other activities that are going on. And so that's what that money is for. We also have the aid to construction. And very specifically, as new customers come on and really development occurs or redevelopment of existing electric services, there are very site-specific improvements that need to be made for the electric service to serve them. And so this is money that is collected from those that are making those types of changes and improvements, and it gets turned around into new infrastructure or improved infrastructure specifically for those locations. So customers are billed for that work, and that cost pays for this work. AMI, I've been here before talking a little bit about AMI. And again, that's the new metering structure with two-way, secure two-way communication. $2.5 million in the 2020 budget, which is pending rate approval from City Council, and completion within the next 3 years. And again, it offers a variety of customer knowledge, customer choice, the opportunity for energy efficiency, renewable energy opportunities, engineering tools, outage restoration, many of the things that we've have been talked with City Council here over the past year. And electric system and rehabilitation improvements, budget of a little over $500,000. And it's sort of a proactive and reactive side. So on the proactive, that's where we're going and replacing aging infrastructure such as cable, terminations, switch gear, also replacement of LED street lights, continuing to make those improvements. And reactive is where you might have a storm damage or a vehicle runs into facilities or other types of similar failures on the system. And then we have the ECIF, the Electric Community Investment Fee. That's a $1.2 million budget. And what that is as you get a new meter on the system or you have a upgrade in an existing system, an amount is paid specific to that size. And it is for the non-site specific work that needs to be done to accommodate that new service. So 2 projects in 2020. Let me go back a moment. One is electric system capacity increases, so that is specifically some main feeder work at 2 of our substations. And the second one is to purchase another transformer for either our Fordham or Rogers Road substation. And so that includes the different items that I have for the electric side. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Mayor Bagley, City Council members. I'm Jim Angstadt, Director of Engineering Services with Public Works and Natural Resources. I am your closeout speaker this evening. So I am going to provide, to start, an update on the public building infrastructure bond projects. Remembering back to 2018, we had 3 ballot issues called 3A, 3B, and 3C. 3A was rehab and improvements to city buildings. 3B was fire station renovation or replacement, and 3C was recreation improvements, coming to a total of over $32 million. The rehab and improvements to city buildings constituted 4 projects, over $16 million. Civic Center rehab, safety and justice rehab, the library rehab, and then a facilities condition assessments and rehab. The Civic Center project involved interior rehab of railings, doors, ceilings, restrooms, full window replacement, exterior stairs and walkways. That project is currently in design. We are anticipating construction pretty much coming in at the tail end of 2020. The safety and justice rehab and the library rehab involved railings, doors, shutters, and windows, some joint protection, and then stairs and some of the exhaust fans in both buildings. We are currently working on procuring the services for design, which should begin in probably over the winter in 2020, and then construction hopefully to follow end of 2020 or early 2021. Facilities condition assessments is underway. What we found and targeted is basically the first buildings we'd be looking at is the recreation center and the museum for further rehab. Quick update on the fire station projects. In 2 projects for fire station number 2 and fire station number 6. Total cost of over $9 million. Fire station number 2, they are in the property acquisition phase for the relocation of the station. And for both the number 2 and number 6, they are working on an RFQ for professional services to start design, which should begin tail end of this year, early next year, with construction to follow. Final set was the recreation improvements. Total of 5 projects with a total cost of over $6 million. The Ute Creek Maintenance Facility, and that is working, they're working on submittals for the Design Review Committee, which are due in mid-November, anticipating bidding the project in spring of 2020, with construction to commence in summer of 2020, with an estimated completion by the spring of 2021. So Sunset and Twin Peaks irrigation improvements and the Gulf irrigation rehab and replacement, that is looking for design in 2020, and then improvements to begin in October of 2020. Centennial pool renovation, currently there's no activity on this project. They're waiting on the outcome of the 2019 ballot question. Quick test for you. What kind of pool renovations are we doing? Because there's a pool table on that slide. So just seeing if you're paying attention.
Was it Councilor Rodriguez?
Ooh, question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bagley. So I've gotten actually multiple questions from constituents concerning the property acquisitions concerning the 17th Avenue Fire Station 2 project. Specifically, it would be the easternmost property. I have heard through folks that either live in that property or live adjacent to that property that the owner is not interested in selling. And so that has been a question that I've received multiple times. And I didn't know where we were at on the, execution of that acquisition.
Mayor Bagley, Councilman Rodriguez, the easternmost property of the 2, we've closed on the first one next to the church up there. The easternmost property has a tenant in it whose lease is being terminated because of the sale of the property. The owner is on board. I've talked to her lawyer, who's local here, several times in the past couple of weeks, and there's no issue. The tenant is just being difficult, is what I'm being told, and I expect it to close by the end of the year.
So have we got an executed contract then, essentially?
Yes, we have executed contract.
All right, thank you very much.
The one thing I wanted to say, if there's questions about the irrigation system in the golf courses, part of that in talking to Jeff and getting updates on it, there's a capacity issue within the providers for that type of irrigation system that's coming into play on the timing.
All right, so moving on to the proposed 2020-2024 PWNR Capital Improvement Program. We are covering basically 6 major topics this evening. Here's a listing of basically those topics with the budgeted amounts. We are looking at a total of over $37 million in capital improvements. Starting with drainage, two projects, about $437,000. Our drainage, DRN 21, drainage rehab and improvements, that is our asset management component. I spoke to you last year. I was emphasizing asset management. I will do so again this year. And then also our Resilient St. Verrain project. So on DRN 21, things I learned in college was water flows downhill until it doesn't, and that photo is an example of when it doesn't. So one of our focuses at Kimbark and 11th is to make necessary improvements so we don't have flooding on our roads. The shot on the right is 17th. It's a shot of a interior of a pipe on Main Street. You can see why we want to make sure we have adequate pipe facilities so that water, when it enters your inlets, and then will flow through the system. So those are kind of some of the quick examples. Moving on real quick to Resilient St. Verrain project. An update was provided a few weeks ago, which basically this is in alignment with. Key things to note, the Army Corps of Engineer project on Isaac Walton 2, they are completing their study. It is a feasibility report and environmental assessment. It is in the last 30 days, which to finalize that study, they go through a 30-day public comment period. We have a public open house. We're working with the Army Corps scheduled for September 18th from 4 to 6:30 p.m. And then everything we've heard is favorable, that we'll have a good project beyond that. So hopefully we'll bring that in for the end of the year. Isaac Walton 3 is in conceptual planning. We are currently also, we just heard they opened up a new round of FEMA grants, so we are looking to chase that, and hopefully we can see if we can get some additional funding from FEMA for the final section that'll take us to Hover. Real quick, 2020 public building summaries, 13 projects, over $4 million. Major projects include our municipal roofs, ADA improvements, and then the HVAC improvements. Asset management again, municipal building roof improvements. We're looking at the Civic Center Mall and the CMO area, the Isaac Walton Senior Center, Development Services Center, basically tearing out old roofs, replacing with new ones. We also are going through some ADA improvements at some of the municipal buildings. This includes some of our parks areas. We're also doing some elevator upgrades and lift repairs at the Centennial Pool. HVAC replacements through our buildings. We're doing some control upgrades. The Civic Center is going to be included here, as well as the Callahan House and locker rooms in the Memorial Building, and then Sandstone Ranch as well. Our parks, open space, and trails projects, 10 projects, over $6 million. Major projects include St. Verrain Greenway. We're focusing on design. Well, let me just get to that slide then. St. Verrain Greenway on the east side. Positive about this project is we just got notice of a $1.5 million grant, which will fund half of the project from Dr. Cog. That will go for construction, I believe, in 2021, 22. Project is going into design next year, and hopefully we'll provide that trail from Sandstone further to the east. We're continuing work on the Union Reservoir Trail improvements. The master plan design development is in next year. We are also in design this year for the West Trail. That is targeted for construction for next year, 2020. We're continuing with the design in the North and East Trail next year, with construction to follow, and then the South Trail will follow as well. Fox Meadows Neighborhood Park. We're being, I think we're in an RFP in the coming weeks to undertake design, which will carry us into next year, and then we'll go to construction tail end next year on the park. Also under asset management is our park infrastructure rehab and replacement. If we build something, we want to maintain it. We want to keep kids going to it, make it safe. We've got some upgrades at Hover Park. We're redoing the lighting at Garden Acres. Thompson Park's getting some upgrades. Sunset Price Park master planning, and then Union Reservoir is getting some upgrades as well. So our sewer projects, 3 projects totaling over 1.8 million. Major projects we're looking at is our sanitary sewer rehab and improvements, and then, of course, our wastewater treatment plant. Again, quick look at the slide. Why is there an alligator coming out of your manhole? Anyway, sanitary rehab, asset management. We have over 347 miles of sewer, 8,700 manholes. Of that, about 256 miles of that is 8-inch line. The rest is of varying sizes. The photo on the left is what happens when your sewer system starts to get old. A lot of our projects are in lieu of an invasive replacement. We rehab them by lining them, and we're doing about 5,000 feet of it. That's the shot you see on the right. So one of the most important facilities in any city is your wastewater treatment plant. Because when people flush their toilets, they want it to go away. It doesn't go away, goes here, where we treat it, take care of it, and then we pretty much move on. Some of the projects, smaller projects, the heat exchanger replacement rehab, odor control, very important, media replacement. We're working on that for next year, and then our SCADA system upgrades. Water, another wonderful thing. When you turn on your tap, everybody wants water. So 13 projects, over $12 million. The major projects listed here, this covers pretty much the whole gamut of our water system. It is water supply, it is water distribution, it is water treatment. Water, you see water, it's nice and clean coming out of your tap. It's not so easy when you're replacing pipe. It looks a little dirty on the construction site. Asset management, again, 456 miles of water line in our city. Okay, useful life of that pipe is about 50 to 100 years, so we do have a replacement every year where we replace a certain section of that. In various areas of the city next year, we're targeting about 5,400 linear feet of pipe replacement. Some of the other projects we have under water supply are, it isn't just in the city where we're replacing lines, we're also working outside the city. Our water supply up north of Lyons, we've got 2 phases of the North St. Vrain pipeline replacement. Phase 8 is about 19,000 linear feet of a 30-inch water line. We're doing a feasibility study. The line currently was built in the 40s, and it runs through the mountains. We are looking at a feasibility if we need to replace it. If we do, we'll go into design in 2020 with construction in 2023. Phase 9 runs along Route 36 north of Lyons. We'll be replacing 1,700 feet of water line. Windy Gap, I want to provide an update. Difference from last year is that they have completed the final design of the project. They are in the technical bid proposals. They've been working on those. The ongoing items continue to be financial activities, bonding. There's resolution of some of the legal challenges, which is still ongoing. And then once those are resolved, there will be construction to follow. Nelson Flanders, water treatment. Our expansion planning is underway, additional redundancy and resiliency of the system. Design will be beginning in 2020 with construction in years to follow. So, transportation. Quick look at the slide. We kind of covered everything. We got a bus, we got a train, we got some PEDs, bikes, car. 12 projects, total cost of over $11 million. What that number does not include is the First and Main Transit. So if you want to include that, that would be another $2 million. Asset management, our street rehab. The photo shows paving that is long since reached its end of its useful life. So we come in, part of the rehab program includes concrete repair sidewalks in the area where we're going to be repaving. We also have preservation and rehab, which may involve chip seal or crack seal or asphalt overlays. It is contracted services. It is a citywide program. Data-driven decisions. Every 4 to 5 years, we reevaluate our condition of our asphalt and then update it, and then that will update our slew of what projects we target. Our transportation system management, this is kind of our safety, multimodal, and some of our minor capacity issues we deal with that. We're looking at Ken Pratt Sunset intersection improvements. We're in design now. We may look at construction tail end of next year. Some of the improvements we've done in this are school flasher upgrades. school safety improvements. We are targeting a new traffic signal at Mountain View and Alpine. And we also have neighborhood traffic mitigation, and then we also look at high crash and safety improvements at various intersections. We have included in this next year Boston Avenue Connection. That is that new east-west collector that will be part of the BRT connection for their future First and Main Street. We are initiating design in 2020. And that is also in conjunction with our railroad quiet zones, where we are looking to close one street to try to make sure we have enough to get that other opening. Design is currently underway, which is wrapping up by the end of this year. We are looking at construction in 2020 for the 3rd Avenue crossing. We are working with BNSF coordination. We are pursuing outside funding opportunities. They just opened up the CRISI grant. So CRISI, everyone talks about that, Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement Grants. I had to write it down because I didn't know what it meant. And then we will be initiating our PUC efforts as well. So one of the newer projects that's in here is the State Highway 66 improvements. The map kind of in the upper left, that is a graphic that shows some of the data we pulled from in conjunction with a company out of Boulder who was tracking Wi-Fi signals. And we see a majority of the traffic comes down from 287, goes west on 66 down Hover to go into Boulder. So we worked with Dr. Cog to establish some funding. The project will involve multimodal improvements, a little bit of widening. We are partnering with Boulder County, CDOT. We're starting design. City's portion of that 650 is about $100,000. First and Main transit station area improvements. Quick update. The infrastructure master plan is underway, working into the fall of 2019 with completion in the spring of 2020. It involves the bus transfer, parking garage, utility plan. It also will involve the acquisition requirements as well as cost estimates. So currently, staff's working on the tax increment negotiations with taxing entities in January and June of 2020. Developer recruitment is ongoing. RTD has been working and will be working to initiate construction plans in the summer of 2020 and acquisitions in summer of 2020 as well. We're closing out with the Kaufman Street busway improvements. This is also a Dr. Cog funded project. We were very successful in getting about $6 million for design and construction. And the city's match is about $150,000. It involves, we'll be pulling the buses off of Main Street. It will have buses only on Kaufman, separated bikeways from Roosevelt Park to the St. Vrain Greenway. And that closes out my presentation. So I'll open it up to any questions, or I'll run out the door if you don't have any, or just eat some more cookies.
I don't see anybody in the queue, and I'm sure over the week we'll look at the slides and maybe formulate them, but all right, Dr. Waters.
Yeah, just we got a high level on a lot of projects across departments. Are any of those, are we going to have any more conversation about community services, for example, or is that all we're going to see from the community services department, or any of the other departments?
In terms of the CIP or just their broader?
The broader budget. We heard from Karen. She touched on a couple of things. Is that it? Is that all we're going to hear from Karen in the budgeting cycle, or?
No,
you mentioned
we'll come back
golf course provider capacity. It's like, I'm not certain what that means. Are we done with that conversation, or do we come back to any of those things? Or I can follow up individually.
You can follow up on those questions. Answer meaning the companies that focus on sprinkler systems for golf courses, there's a lot of work, which is causing the time delay in that. That's the provider capacity. In terms of the broader budget components, with general fund in the operational budget, we're going to be coming back.
Okay, so we do get a chance to query about some things. Or all right, thanks.
All right. Any pressing comments or questions from council? All right, Harold? Any comments? reports?
Any direction from tonight or anything you want us, I mean, I heard some data to bring back on the other issue, but other than that,
I
we're good.
appreciate your encouragement to debate and spend more time here, but no. Dale, we don't have, where's Eugene? Eugene? Anything? All right, cool. All right, if there's nothing else then, we shall adjourn.